kveldsbyen er jeg her. Sving ikke veien, for jeg vil følge Guds folk til strid over berg og bølja. Jeg er framann, jeg er en pilgrim, hver ei kveldsstund er jeg her. Steng ikke veien, for jeg vil følge Guds folk til strid over berg og bølja. Jeg er framann, jeg er en pilgrim, hver ei kveldsstund er jeg
Got nothing to say. Let's roll.
Hello tankers, Adam Snellgrove here. This month's What Monthly is going to be a bit different because I'm joined today by Captain Taito. You might know him from the World of Tanks Twitch channel. Over to you, Taito.
Thanks, Adam. You can expect me to be giving you all of the updates for events that are currently underway, with Adam being here to give you all of the juicy details for things that are to come. Anyway, before I yap too much, should we get going? Don't forget to test your mettle and jump into Onslaught. The current season lasts until November 9th, and don't miss out on your chance to grab this year's reward, the Ashbringer, sporting a unique and striking progressive 3D style with 4 different versions. But while you'll only be able to get your hands on that at the end of the Onslaught year, there are still plenty of rewards to be had this season, including bonds, improved equipment, and much more. Speaking of Onslaught, the AMD Onslaught Legend Series will be ongoing until November 9th, when you can tune in to the Grand Finals. You'll be able to witness a fierce battle for the championship title on both the European and American servers. It's something you do not want to miss. Make sure to tune in throughout the series, as there will be OLS Token Store tokens to be earned via Twitch drops. AMD has been upping the stakes for this season, with team members from the first and second place teams receiving the blazing fast AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT GPU. There is not long left to claim your goodies from the Babylon event. And when we say not long left, we mean it. The event finishes at the very beginning of November, so by the time this video is out, you might be down to your final few hours.
Watch out for the hedgehogs!
Taito, I know that you're keen, but don't go taking over the whole video just yet. You will see more of Taito next month, but for now, let's keep going. So, after OLS, there'll be the biggest offline tournament of the year. On November 22nd and 23rd, the ultimate boss steps into the arena, the World of Tanks Championship International, with the finals taking place on November 29 and 30. It's a live LAN event over in China, where teams from all around the world battle for glory and for cash. The prize pool is around 1.6 million yuan, which is more than $200,000. Can Hit and Run keep a hold of their crown and become champions for the third time? We will have to wait and see, because this year's competition is fierce. Tune into WCI at the end of November and grab some Twitch drops too. Due to the location of the event, streams will be happening at different times compared to what you're used to. Early morning if you're in the EU, or late at night in the NA region. And that's not all that November has in store. Get ready for a more accessible grassroots esports experience, Maneuvers. It's coming early in the month. Rally your squad and battle for epic rewards, including the long-awaited return of the Chieftain. And who knows, maybe one day your team will rise all the way to OLS and WCI. Very soon we'll be fighting for more than just glory. We'll be fighting for survival and our future in the upcoming November Battle Pass chapter. We have some cool stuff and things on the way. You can expect to see more information very soon, but in the meantime, take a guess in the comment section as to who might be joining us for the Battle Pass. Steel Hunter returns in mid-November. You can expect more fast-paced, jaw-dropping action while players fight it out to be the last person standing. We've also updated the garage interface and added some new customizations to the Steel Seal store. The hunt is on. Also, coming this November, massive battles are returning in Frontline. Expect Tier 8 30v30 combat on wide-open maps, allowing opportunities for all kinds of tactics. And loads of credits to be earned. Random events will be coming to 3 more maps: Mountain Pass, Highway, and Ghost Town, bringing new opportunities for exciting tactics and gameplay. Arcade Cabinet Equalize returns for 2 weekends in mid to late November. Get ready to fight side by side with vehicles from 10 tiers. Only here can you settle the age-old question: who's stronger, the tiger or the mouse? Literally. Even though we had the release of Tier 11 with Update 2.0 in September, you won't be seeing any Tier 11s during the game mode. At least, not this time around. This November marks our first anniversary of collaborating with Boostroid. Cast your line and hook the anniversary haul with a special commander and a full set of customization elements. Quite the catch. Other guaranteed rewards are still in place too. The Astron Rex tank, 1,000 gold, experimental equipment, and more. Not only that, the roster of premium vehicles for those who have a 6-month Boostroid subscription will be refreshed in November. The celebrations don't stop there. November marks Poland's Independence Day. It's time to break out the bread with smalets, the perfect thing to enjoy while you check out the new 2D style for my Lewandowskiego. No Lewandowskiego? You can use the 2D style on any Polish vehicle instead. November brings Remembrance Day here in Europe, as well as Veterans Day in the United States. On November 11, we will honor both with a special in-game event featuring missions and rewards. More importantly, these days are a reminder of history and the lessons that it has taught us. Finally, November will also be bringing about Black Friday, meaning that there will be some fantastic offers in our merch store. Keep your eyes peeled for more news about the exciting offers towards the end of the month. And that's everything from us for now. Drop a like if you haven't already and leave a comment below the video. And I'll see you with Captain Taito next month. Cheerio!
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
The Onslaught Legends series Season 4 is here. But Liberty finds Jockey, and Ketsai, the last one for his team, will not be able to pull the 1v3.
Onslaught Legends Series champions will be Cashback.
They do complete the Cinderella story.
Finds Akka and it's Twilight and Liberty left wondering because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket.
Akka blows up as well, and W completed 6-3 2 times in a row. OLS champion. And I think Moth Mafia are on victory street here on Himmelsdorf. They completely rewrite the map and rewrite all of the scripts that everyone had. It's going to be them taking the finals in a 5-1 fashion.
Tune in to the action, September 30th through November 9th.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 4 finale, sponsored by AMD MOF. This is where it all happens.
Yeah, this is where you've got to make it count, right? It's all been leading up to this one moment right at the very end of the season. But today, we finally get to see a team that we didn't see in the first day of the playoffs, and that's because they were so good for so very long in the regular season.
Hit and run, getting to watch yesterday. But before that, let's go over today's schedule. 10 tokens available. There were 10 tokens available for you. That's the schedule that matters for today, how many tokens you can get on top of all the other juicy rewards as well, on top of that, also.
Yeah, it's all going to be collecting those tokens right at the very end here. Going to be filling up your drops inventory to be able to get any of those prizes that you want. Lance and Sea being the grand prize there. You got to keep your eye on that one if you want a tier 8 premium for free. Then we got tier 7 premium, T3485M, tier 6 premium, 3D style for the 140, 2D style as well, plus 1 day of premium, plus some consumables, plus some expirable reserves.
And if that wasn't enough, we still have the mystery drop today as well, if I'm not mistaken, on top of it, which will be accumulating as well. After 240 minutes, you have the opportunity between any of those. I know Kian likes the S-Kong style. What do you like?
You put me on the spot. Maybe the style on the right hand side. I don't know what it's called, but it's quite a nice
What a surprise. Moth does not know what a style is called.
I mean, can you blame me? There's so many styles in the game now. There's probably more styles than there are tanks. Do you know how long it takes to scroll through all of the different cameras I have in my garage to figure out what I want to put on a tank?
Maybe you're just too much. Maybe you're just too much of an accumulator. It's called Cast in Unity, Moth. I looked it up for you.
Maybe we'll be unified with our casting today, and I can collect that as a reward as well. And hopefully, one of the teams, all 4 of the teams are going to be collecting something. But it's the question of how much you're going to be getting from that prize pool by the end of today.
It will be that prize pool that they're fighting for. It can still go up a little bit. We may still get across that 50,000 euro hurdle. There is a possibility. A few more bundles, of which 100% of the proceedings goes towards the prize pool. They are still available, I think, until tomorrow morning. The Elite bundle is the same as the Oracle bundle, except the opportunity to upgrade. And for our Oracle bundles, Moth, this is an important match.
Well, every match today is important if you're going to put it like that, but it is all on the line. Mafia versus Hit and Run. You have been a firm backer of them all the way through. And, it could be that both of those teams end up taking home the grand prize of the GPU provided by the sponsor AMD for this tournament. So maybe Mafia and Hit and Run could both walk away with the GPU if they reunite in that grand final.
This is a possibility. Those GPUs are a nice bonus on top of the money, of course. And then we're going to have the grand finals of the OLF later on tonight as well, where the main team, the winner, is going to take home the main prize as well, which is the $8,000 between Dopamine and Burbology. A rematch of the upper bracket finals. You can see that is going to be later on tonight, where we have double best of 11s in a row. First we kick it off with NA, and then afterwards we will have EU deciding their champion as well. So we know who goes into the WCI event, which is happening very, very soon, right? 2 weeks from now already we play in the groups. Who goes there with the highest confidence?
Yeah, it's strange there. At that last match in the play day show, I saw a W1 versus W2, but I don't think W is in the playoff stacky. I was a bit confused by that. Anyway, here is the bracket as it stands. Weekend with that shock upset beating Cashback yesterday. We mentioned it's been done before, a team going on a miracle run through that lower bracket, but most importantly, it always comes down to this, the Polish derby between Mafia and Hit and Run. Who is going to lock themselves early into that grand final?
That is the big question, Moff. I am going with Mafia. I think you're going with Hit and Run. The odds here are high for either team to win. I don't think you can say there's a super clear favorite. You would give it to Hit and Run for their performance throughout the season, but Mafia is a team that have shown that they are very, very capable nonetheless. And it also matters for the prediction game off. Maybe not for you, but between the other ones, it's still close.
It does actually. I'm not that far away.
You're not.
I'm about 4 points off of Phil, who's currently leading. I'm 3 points behind you. Surprisingly, I think.
I have 5 more predictions right than you, though. So
if it doesn't matter, I could come in clutch right at the end. I did make a bit of a comeback last season as well, but I was coming from way too far behind. So, but you're right. You're backing Mafia. I'm backing Hit and Run, and that ultimately could decide our own little championship battle.
True. There's 4 more matches, so a grand total of 8 points in the prediction game as well up for grabs. Community predictions actually in favor of Mafia. I would like to note that Mafia is the winner of the most recent tournament between these two.
Yeah, that is a fair point to bring up.
I feel like we always forget that they won OLC4.
Yeah, and they won the Winter Invitational last year as well. And I feel like the reason we forget is because if we were to rank the importance of the tournaments, those two are maybe just less so than an OLS season, but still impressive nonetheless. But we're about to get into this match soon, but first we're going to check those pick and bans. And there's some really interesting things going on here, Decky, that I want to talk about. Hit and Run has been allowed to pick Westfield. Mafia banned Ensk as their first map ban. Westfield is allowed through. Mafia have not played Westfield the entire season so far. Hit and Run also picked into Pilsen, which is Mafia's strongest map.
Yeah, they're very confident, I guess, on both Westfield and Pilsen. Mafia may have trained Westfield nonetheless, but just never felt like picking it compared to the other maps. But if that isn't enough, Himmels will be played between these two as well. Ghost Town will be an interesting one to start it off with, though. Neither team too heavy into the light department usually, so some brawls scooter up very quickly.
You say that, but I remember Mafia, they played a double Leo, double light strat on Ghost Town. Didn't work out very well in the late season. I think it was against Cashback in Phase 2. So plenty of directions in which this matchup can go. And like you say, the fact that Mafia hasn't played Westfield doesn't mean that they haven't prepared it. It might just mean that they have some super secret strat up their sleeve that then they weren't willing to reveal at any point previously. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't know about super secret, but I don't think it necessarily means that if they really didn't want to play it, Moff, they would have banned it.
Yeah, that's a good point, but I would steer the conversation in another direction. They banned Ensk, which is Hit and Run's most played map. They played it 15 times, 80% win rate. I feel like they were just so scared to play against them on Ensk that they were willing to let Westfield go through.
That still means they have some sort of a shred of confidence in Westfield, though.
We're more confident about Westfield than they are about Ensk, for sure.
Battle number 1 on Ghost Town, though, between these two lineups. Still changing a little bit. Mafia's look locked in, though. BZ, double bat, an E50M, Leopard, and a double light.
Meanwhile, Hit and Run going with a BZ, double Type 5, double E50M, E4, and Monster playing an EBR.
So they're opting for the EBR, and Mafia needs to make really good usage of that double light, though.
They do, and I pointed out in an earlier match on Ghost Town, they really didn't utilize the benefit of playing with double light. They were way too passive in a previous matchup against Cashback. So we're looking for them to be way more proactive in this particular game. YOLO saves the plane at the start, so no information for either team here early on. Kono going for the 1-2-3 line spot. Monster's going 1-2-3 line as well. Some of the E50Ms are spotted out at the start here. Information available for both of these teams. Both EBRs get vision on each other. How aggressive do each of them want to be? Radar tower has already been taken by Mafia, by YOLO in that light tank, so that's great early info. Monster being aggressive here. Kono's going to be able to get a shot in for free, and he does so, winning out the early trade.
Yeah, Kono waits for the right moment, gets a shot, and now Ketsai pushing on the lower side as well. But look at this map control strategy from Mafia. This is ideal for them, no? They get the double Type 5 to go into the cap now from the side of Hit and Run. But Mafia already doing a little bit of damage, starting to pick up those abilities. Do have one strike on the east, but we know that one strike is not enough, Moff, to really be secure in these decaps, especially when T-Sec and DJ are not going to get reset together.
Yeah, they're already spread out apart, so they're not going to get reset. But I'd say the issue for Hit and Run right now is how deeply committed that Ketsai is. He is by no means 100% safe in that position, and he realizes that, which is why he's running back into the cap. He's going to rejoin the Type 5 heavies and start possibly a triple cap.
Mini strike gets used from Profuse, who was on the K line, got a shot, got a mini strike, reset the back line, so now Ketsai coming in there as well, trying to boost up the cap. YOLO needs to be careful. Barbarian is making his way towards that, and I think he realizes as well he needs to be careful in that RHM. He's going to be backing off, and that's good control from Mafia, giving up back that eastern side of the map, leaving with the BZ, leaving with the RHM, not allowing Hit and Run to really find anything. That's a big miss though. Yeah, that's probably not the end of the world, but you do want to hit those.
It's not ideal. Ketsai was going to leave the cap anyway, so I guess you can kind of call that a reset. Now Yuzik pushing up, just taking away a little bit more map control from the side of Hit and Run. Heal ability being used by the Type 5s on the cap, but they're so very healthy in any case. And now Hit and Run are actually, they're advancing beyond just the center of town. Kono's going to try and take this strike away, and he will manage to get it. T-Sec, unfortunately for him, it's going to cost him a bit of HP as well, but Hit and Run, they've advanced quite far into the city with not the Type 5s, with Ketsai, Barbarian. Barbarian's now going to stack the cap. It's going to make it 14 seconds. Still double strike available. YOLO also still has a plane.
YOLO's dropping the plane now. Spots the double Type 5. One strike will come out rather quickly on towards T-Sec. He didn't have most of the cap though. That was DJ. So there comes the reset. Orchek now taking the strike on the 2-line. But Hit and Run right now showing us a game of patience, right? Making sure they're constantly putting the pressure on, triple capping as well, and this puts Mafia in a scenario where Profuse doesn't have mini strikes. So Kono looking in the EBR even to get a reset. Spots out Barbarian for free. A shot comes in from Rexar from the back lines. More damage as well. Beautiful angle there from Rexar in the bad shot. All the way on the K line. Good coordination between him and Kono all together. They realize there's somebody on the outside of that cap and they punish it very, very hard.
Yeah, they realized it was a triple cap underway, but they only managed to reset just the two Type 5s because of the plane. And Kono now peeking in. Needs to be careful. just takes the one shot. Tisek, I think, missed. That could have put Kono down to a one shot, but he's playing a dangerous game in that EBR 105. Mini Strike has missed again, so now Mafia, they've run out of the big strikes. They do need to be careful. Orszak is forced to go closer.
Nobody's watching this. Nobody's watching this peak though. Orszak is going to do it all for free. YOLO and Monster facing off in the field in the meantime. YOLO now taking a shot from Panther Fury, but Monster's in a bit more trouble in that EBR. YOLO gets the respot as well. More wheels being hit, and they do not miss those from the Mafia side. The EBR goes down from the side of Hit and Run. The repush there from YOLO finding success, and Orszak getting the reset for free. Profuse generating a mini strike. Ketsai now out in no man's land. Gonna not make it to the cap. Or he will actually. Thought Conrad would put him down, but no, it will not be the case. And one more shot comes in, so maybe a strike to pick him up. But look at the rest of the team of Hit and Run. The slow cap is costing them so much. They lose Barbarian, Monsters down as well. Mafia with a great showcase of control so far.
This is a brilliant display from Mafia in this round. Hit and Run. They were very patient. They wanted the cap attempt to get underway, and they waited so very long, trying to apply the pressure to Mafia, but Mafia making all the right moves in all the right places across the map, and they never really were too much under threat of a base capture from going through, and now it's all spilling over with all the guns that they have available and the HP remaining. They can just drive through the middle of the map and clean it up.
It's beautiful from Mafia, just slow and steady. I think Hit and Run did a good job at applying cap pressure as well, but at the same time, Mafia just never really coming into trouble. It just solid World of Tanks gameplay, 7-0 as well for them. Just all around, really good stuff from Mafia.
It was a very measured approach. I think we can agree on that. And Mafia, one thing that puts a good team apart from a great team is that the way they're playing, all of the protocols, everyone knows what they need to be doing, where they need to be at any one moment on the map, like the Leo sniping at the back, putting in shots from various different angles. I think that moment when Kono peeked on the cap and he was unspotted because there was a couple of tiny little trees that give 25% camo blocking Barbarian's line of sight towards him. That moment when he peeked out and Barbarian was forced to leave the cap, I think that was the deciding moment.
And you know what, Kono taking the shot there, you may be like, later on from the type to reset, but at the same time though, it was actually okay for Kono simply because of, you know, that's EBR HP. They're never really going to find him again later on in the battle, right? You usually end up with an EBR healthy as well, so he gets the reset. He trades a little bit of HP, but again, that's probably the most useful his HP would be anyways.
Yeah, he might as well trade it out at that point, and if he can sacrifice some HP to distract from one of the more important tanks on his team, especially when they were in such a control-based position anyway. It's a really good start from Mafia on their own map pick of Ghost Town, and it really gives me reminders and shades of exactly the same way they like to play on Pilsen, where they're just controlling everything and playing for the map control, not overreacting to anything that the opposition does in front of them, and they get rewarded from the fruits of their labor.
I mean, they're never the most highlight team, right? They don't really make the craziest plays, but they're just so consistent over longer periods of times.
Yeah, they certainly are. And sometimes I think that can make you forget how good they are as a team, because it's not necessarily the most flashy gameplay. It doesn't stick in the mind so much as in the same way of the chaos of Hit and Run and their brawl-based setups, or the absolutely wild tank picks that W like to bring in some of their matches. They're just kind of somewhere in the middle, and sometimes that's a good place to be.
So, we've had one Ghost Town round. We'll see now what this brings. Hit and Run could change it up now, realizing Mafia is playing a bit slower again and could go even more aggressive, which would be a normal reaction, I guess.
Maybe. And I suppose it's just stress testing this Mafia lineup, seeing if we go more aggressive and we put them under more immediate pressure, are they going to crumble under that? Because I think Hit and Run gave them a lot of time to figure out everything in that round. So we'll see if a change up in approach is required from Hit and Run. They're going to be bringing 4 BZ75s, an E100, a T57 Heavy, and a 140.
In return, Mafia bring in double T57, a Type 5, double BAT, an EBR, and an RHM again.
Double BAT might struggle against the BZs in this kind of a game. I do fear for them. The T57 Heavies, it's going to be important for them to get their clips out, but I think Hit and Run are doing what you suggested. They're going more aggressive. 4 BZ75s going to be probably applying that cap pressure immediately.
Yeah, it's one of the options to deal with a slower team, right? Is to play a little bit more aggressive even. And look at that plane, Moff. It's very important. It only spots 2, but look now what's coming at H6 BZs coming into the fight. They were baiting there in the beginning for Hit and Run, pretending even with those tanks that are now going to be moving towards the cap. But they're so slow, though, to reach the cap. So yeah, you dodged the plane, but is that worth losing DJ for free?
I don't think their intention is to go for the cap right now. Look at them. They're driving past it and beyond Mafia. They grouped up with everyone. The double 57 Heavy, if they peek right now towards DJ, he could be a free pick, and DJ has fired off his shot. Comrade tanking for the rest of his team. The BZs are going behind. They might catch YOLO for free here if they concentrate the fire. YOLO is going to get around the corner. I think he's just about going to escape on a one-shot. Meanwhile, they're losing DJ.
YOLO's down towards the one-shot as well, though, and he's getting chased down by Ketsai. I don't think Ketsai is going to miss this. YOLO is going to die in the RHM as a trade-off. Ketsai finds the kill, but luckily enough for Mafia, their tanks were so far forward that it's only the light getting caught, but now you can see the struggles of these T57s out on reload still. Orchek is about to be reloaded. T-Sec rolling in with that E100, and they need the clips from these T57s. They have to do the damage. It's the second clip. It's the most important one for those kind of tanks, and are they paying off? It looks to be the case. Profuse finds the kill on T-Sec, and these bad shots from behind. You said they're going to struggle them off. They're getting pushed by a BZ the whole time, so they're not able to just get free clips out, which is kind of what you would want from them right now. It's not happening. Panzer Fury looking at Conrad, wants to make a kill. He's aiming, he shoots, he scores, important, but those shells raining in from the back lines. Orchek, one more reload, bouncing though. Monster with the gun block. Is that 3 bounces in a row? It might just be the case. Orchek not getting more out, and Hit and Run with the surprise, the extra aggression, make it happen as well, and it's not even close.
Oh, and Kono now trying to find the kill on Franek, but Franek once again has done a great job of just staying alive in that 140, just not being directly involved in the fight, doing a very astute job actually in this game. But you're right, that plane at the start, the fact that Hit and Run managed to dodge it with all their BZs by reversing, Mafia didn't have a clue what was happening, and YOLO drove straight into the path of all the BZs.
Even if he lives though, I don't think that it would have mattered. I mean, he'd be like 80 HP shooting them from behind, but look how much Hit and Run have left in this battle. Those bats on Zero Line probably had a really tough game getting chased by a BZ the whole game.
Yeah, they certainly would have done. And to your point, if YOLO does stay alive, then he will be able to harass Ketsai a little bit, and maybe that could allow Mafia to stabilize and allow the bats a bit more breathing room to try and get some damage in. But ultimately, the BZs, they're just so immediately in the fight. They have so much impact early on, and I would love to see how much damage Franek has in this round, because he was basically in the south the whole time, just trying to avoid being detected while providing crossfire. He only does 3.5k in the end, but I think, you know, the Inspire tank, it doesn't always have to be the top damage dealer, just the fact that he's alive and using the ability.
Let's start with the Inspire tank. Just has to inspire, and everything else is like a bonus.
Yeah, that's a very good way to look at it.
A little bit of damage, sure, but just enough to inspire. If he does that, it's already a success, in my opinion. But yeah, it's just such a hard push to hold for Mafia, and I don't know, Moff, I hate to say it, but I feel like they should have expected something from Hit and Run as well as a reaction to the double light.
Maybe. I think do you think that they could have used the EBR a bit more to try and figure out more aggressively what was going on in that round? I don't know, but I feel like this is kind of a sign of things to come, really, is that we're going to be trading it out blow for blow in this matchup between these two great teams. Ghost Town is already removed from the pick and ban, and now we're getting into, in my opinion, the most interesting part of this series.
Mafia's never played it this season. You said.
Never.
Hit and Run has played it. I mean, Westfield has been barely played in general, though.
Hit and Run have played it twice with 100% win rate, but I think that was against one of the weaker teams.
W? Wait, sorry.
I don't know who it was up against, but it's only 2 games, so it might as well be 0, right?
To be honest, yes. But then again, I think most of the teams in the league have barely played it.
Yeah, and Keehan made a great point yesterday in the.
Keehan made a great point.
He did. He will surprise you sometimes, Daki. He made a great point that because Mafia and Cashback, 2 teams that didn't play it throughout the entire season, if you have 2 teams that it's their permaban or they just don't play it, then it's kind of hard for anyone else to have games on it.
True. Sure, yeah. Now I'm really questioning what we're going to see here, though, between these two. Because Mafia's not really brawl-orientated, usually. But you can't always avoid it on Westfield.
No. And I think tradition we would expect Hit and Run to go for something like a lot of BZs, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They're going to be bringing just 2 BZs, an IS-7, 140, Badger, double Bliska.
Mafia in return, double BZ, 50 MSTB, Badger, Bliska, and an IHM.
So Hit and Run, they're not going for the signature 6 BZs plus a 140. They are mixing it up a little bit. Bringing an IS-7 with that ability, of course, it boosts everyone's brothers in arms for any tank that has a different role to its own. So you never really want to bring more than 1 IS-7 to a battle like this. Plane is used at the start, only spots just the 3. But is that enough information for Mafia to feel confident that they know where they're going?
Well, it is going to be a BZ going towards C1, crossing over. YOLO taking the info tower. You can call it the super play, even.
The ultimate plane. He sees everything. T-Sec is spotted here, as well as Barbarian, moving up into position. T-Sec committing here. It's not usually a position that you like to be in, because it's very, very easily pushable if your opponent wants to group back up. YOLO has now spotted the radar tower collected by Monster, and I'd say that's quite important for Hit and Run to get the radar tower this early on, because Monster, if he tried to take it any later on, he would be denied by probably YOLO in that light tank. So good for Hit and Run that they get the information. Now Monster is just going to back up. He's going to reverse in his IS-7, not before taking a few shots of damage. Franek is responding in kind to this. Another radar tower has been taken by Hit and Run in the north of the map. That's T-Sec. Actually surprised he managed to get that.
There's still this BC of DJ in a little bit of no man's land right now. In Echo 5, between the double strike, he's sitting there. He's unspotted right now. There's a shot going on to Profuse. That's the radio tower used by T-Sec. That's how they managed to spot, of course. And YOLO will spot out the 140. And the strike attempts on both of those will be denied.
Yeah, Franek pushing up here. It's going to deny YOLO from being able to do much, but I suppose equally Franek is taking himself out of the game just by sitting here, so they're essentially cancelling each other out at the moment, and it's you're right, it's a very slow game at this point in the battle. No one's really... Oh, DJ! You mentioned his position is a bit vulnerable, but he seems to have some great angles on towards Kono here, being able to deny him from taking that strike, and Kono's going to be in trouble now because Ketsa is moving up and his Bliskovica potentially going to take even more damage here. Franek still just holding in E0, just preventing YOLO from being able to do anything.
YOLO even taking a shot there, a blind I think, but here is Mafia starting to repush a little bit. Conrad going on towards T-Sec now, Orchek moving in as well with the STB, that's the Inspire, and that's something that Hit and Run doesn't have. So Conrad in this 1v1 is favored only because of the Inspire. Right now, yes, T-Sec is reloading before him, but Okay, never mind. I take it back because he fluffed the shot altogether. Kono forced it back, taking a strike together with Yuzek as well. The STB now moving in to help on that location. The 140 moving up as well. The I-7 coming in. The entirety of Hit and Run is now moving towards this northern side. Yuzek readjusting as well, but Rex are already getting flanked by the Barbarian from behind. He's going for a one-on-one against Panzer Fury instead, though, but DJ coming in as well, boosting in. They want to get this Badger out of the fight immediately. They're able to do that pretty effectively as well, but Rexar might get Panzer Fury before that. No, actually Monster comes in with a clutch save on his teammate, but the rest of the Hit and Run team moving in towards Yuzek, Orchek and Konrad. They will find Tisek, but the damage is done. Yuzek is dying as well for this. The 140 is coming and the E50M and the RHM so far out of the fight as Barbarian finds Yuzek. Kono's down towards the one shot as well, and Konrad and Orchek are in trouble in that northern isolated pocket. They're about to be wiped out, and when they die, I think the battle might die with them, but they're not giving themselves up for free.
No, they're not. Frantic needs to go right now in his 140 to try and save the situation. Ulja could come in clutch here with the STB, the Inspire ability tank, as he's able to put in some good shots here. Manages to find the kill on towards DJ. And don't forget, Profuse, he's been out of the battle for so long. We didn't even know that he was here. And Ketsai misses the shot, bounces on Profuse as well. That could be all important in the endgame here as we're into the 3 versus 3. Now Monster going in, doing it what an IS-7 does best, and that is a torpedo. He manages to find that kill, and now the BIA ability combined with the Inspire, they have so much DPM right now on the side of Hit and Run, and Monster has all this HP. He is just going to gas and go straight into his opposition, and Profuse is forced to try and run away, but you're not going to be able to outrun an IS-7 when he's going full speed like that, and Hit and Run will convert on the first Westfield.
Yeah, and maybe it would have gone slightly different there if that one tank in the north would have died before Orchek killed him. Before he killed, actually, Orchek's friend, Konrad. Before Konrad died, then there's a BZ, but in this case, Hit and Run pick it up, 2-1. So it's an interesting round. They really struggled with, I think, DJ's position.
Yeah, DJ's position looked kind of exposed, right? Like he was a bit vulnerable, but they didn't actually know where he was at any point there, and he was able to generate some great angles in that particular game on towards, I don't know who it was, I think it was Kono, who was trying to take that strike, and he got heavily punished, and in the end, the light tank did not pay off for Mafia. The info that he provided almost amounted to nothing because he was just being prevented from making progress by Franek, and Franek appropriately left the south of the map on a good timing as well to get back into the fight at the key moment.
Yeah, and that is the biggest difference there. You know, Hit and Run has these 7 combat tanks that can all move in, and they did that. You know, Profuse doesn't move in until the very end, and neither does YOLO, so you have these 2 tanks out of the fight for a while, and then you also have, of course, not forgetting the fact that you have your light tank first facing off against this, well, let's say the trade-off is a BC. It's all better for that northern fight. It did come close at some point, but not so close either that it was super worrying. The moment Profuse and YOLO move in to cover Orchek, it's over.
Well, it's hard for Profuse, isn't it? He was out of the fight for so very long in that battle. He was doing some good sniping from range, but ultimately he needed his HP to be in that fight a lot sooner before all of his teammates had died, and he's sort of stuck in this position where he needs to go close, but by the time he goes close his teammates are already dead, so he actually wants to break distance again. I don't think, even if he was able to break distance, I don't think that would really change anything. It's just a little bit of more open ground for Monster to cross to just YOLO into him.
Good round there for Hit and Run, continuing their flawless track record on Westfield Moth. 3 rounds, 3 wins. Can they make it 4? Can they break? Mafia here be great for Hit and Run. You know, they're, in my opinion, still a momentum kind of team. So winning this, being up 3-1, would be tremendous for them.
Yeah, and they would definitely justify the punish pick of Westfield if it did end up being the case. And it is important to note sometimes, you know, sometimes doing a good pick and ban is half the battle in terms of putting yourself in a favorable position, and so far it seems to be working out.
So far, indeed. Not over just yet, but you can see definitely the difference in styles, right? Mafia still playing very, very slow.
Yeah, but Hit and Run are matching them, and what I like about the way Hit and Run plays is they always want to be an aggressive team, but it's a bit more calculated than just driving straight into your opponent and taking an awful risk. But Hit and Run this time, second round on Westfield, they're bringing triple BZ, a Type 5 Heavy, Cent AX, and double Blisker.
In return, Mafia Type 5 AX, triple E50M, a Badger, and an RHM.
Still believing in YOLO's light tank abilities to provide enough information. This time he hits 4, which is more than in the last round, and he will go for that radar tower again. But Mafia, with triple E50M moving through the south of the map, they better hope that they're going to catch someone. DJ is the only one they might find right now.
Well, at least they'll have the strike this time around, which is something they didn't have in the previous game off.
They will. And the cap is already underway by Hit and Run, but they might abandon that at some point. The E50Ms are still unknown about, and they could catch a great timing here potentially on that BZ75. Franek is adjusting in his Cent AX to perhaps cover DJ slightly. The plane, sorry, not the plane, the radar tower is used, and that's going to give up the surprise that Mafia have with the E50M, but they're still going to keep pushing here. Franek is presently unknown about in that Cent AX.
Unknown. And here comes the E50M, though. I don't know if the X can really help for this at all. I mean, he's in G1, but he cannot shoot this. They need to repush. You can see on the minimap they're starting to go. Panzer Fury and Monster are moving, and together with one more tank as well, the Bliskovica. Now Rexor and Kono are hightailing it out of there. Can they make it away? Kono is slipping and sliding, tracking himself. Rexor with the pit maneuver on towards his teammate, who had a bad driving moment. It's worse of a fight than Lando Norris versus Piastri, to be honest, in that scenario. But they have to run, they have to hide. They're making it out. They might take some damage because of their absolute disastrous driving, and Rexor is going to die even because of it. Kono's now having to face, and that is not what Mafia wanted at this moment in time.
Yeah, they panicked, those E50Ms. They saw what was coming, and they tried to get away, but they didn't manage to get far enough, and they're still going to be caught here. YOLO manages to snipe a kill on DJ. YOLO has got good crossfire here, but he is only a light tank at the moment. Kono is pumping out as much damage as he possibly can, but he is going to go down shortly. Comrade will follow him into the grave, and that means that all of the E50Ms are going to be gone.
It will, but because Panzer Fury being ammo-racked, he takes so much extra damage, he even misses a shot. Yusek wants to pick the Barbarian, but instead he finds Ketsai. Was that an ammo-rack? It almost looked like one. On towards that Bliskovica from Ketsai. I need to check that later. It was just a really big explosion. Profuse moving in to take the strike, and it's playable because Konrad did like 2 or 3 shots extra, which I don't think he should have done, but the ammo rack there coming in clutch. It does still happen in the mode, and then the fluff from Panzer Fury, the shot from Konrad put him to a one-shot, makes him 65 HP, one-shotable to the strike. Yusek finds a shot on Tsek as well before he dies, and honestly, Moff, it's very, very playable.
It's very playable, and that is because of one man in his light tank, YOLO. He didn't get an opportunity to play in the last round, but this is where the light tank thrives. He is able to provide crossfire for the rest of his team. Profuse is in a bit of an awkward position in his Badger, but Tsek bouncing the shot. Profuse is doing an expert job of just keeping his HP in that Badger. Franek is now moving up in his Cent AX. He's going to try and combine with Tsek on towards the Badger, but he is being covered well by Orzhek at the moment, and Profuse, as long as it's just a 1v1 between him and Tsek, the Badger is always winning.
Yeah, and he has the strike in hand as well, so even if Tsek gets behind the corner, YOLO actually finds the kill. The strike will also get used, but you know, at that point it's understandable. They want to close out that kill. What a shot from YOLO from so far away. A really good angle. Orzhek now needing to bail because Franek is coming, a healthy AX, and Orzhek gets away from there as well. Doesn't get caught, and Profuse is about to be a rolling thunder, just driving through the city in his Badger, badgering away. And Moff, I know that makes you very proud to see a British tank just bring it home.
Yeah, he's in his prime right now in the Badger, and poor Panzer Fury, he can't actually do anything in this game right now. He can't support Franek in any way whatsoever. As soon as he tries to move, he will be dead, and he does get spotted, so YOLO should manage to find that kill. But Franek He can go on the hunt here. Oh, he misses the first shot, though, on Orzhek, and every missed shot is going to cost him dearly as Profuse is on the hunt in the Badger. He's going to go around the corner, and he should be able to find the kill. Actually, he misses the shot, but the Badger has such great DPM that he should be able to find it shortly after. But he gets perma-track because of Juggernaut ability. And Franek, if he can find the kill here, but no, it's Profuse to pick it up. I don't think that this round would have been clutchable nonetheless, but Franek tried as best he could, and YOLO is still struggling. He cannot find Panseri in his Bliskavitza. It doesn't really matter because he's got teammates to help him out. He's finally going to spot him, and then he should get the last kill. So this time the light tank pick does pay off for Mafia.
Yeah, but those worrying times, those Stilmov, those E50Ms really did not make it easy for each other.
No, they certainly didn't. I think you're absolutely right on that, and I think who was it? Kono? I think he clipped the rock or something.
Kono clipped the rock, slid down, trapped himself coming down. Rexar
and blocked his teammate.
Rexar smashed into his back, spun Kono out the full way again. It was worse than turn 1 in the sprint race.
Certainly not ideal from the Mafia guys, but they did at least recognize the threat, and they still ran away far enough, even despite the bit of a misstep. They still ran away far enough to trade it out. They allowed YOLO to do a lot of shooting in his light tank, and he got 3 kills from it as well.
Conrad does 3 shots more than I think he should do, as compensation though.
Yeah, can we see how much, I don't know, we can't watch a live replay right now to see how much HP that Ketso is Amaraked for.
I don't know if it was an Amarak, it just looked like one, you know? Nah,
Yeah.
7 hits received, so he died normal. It just looked like a big explosion.
Well, I mean, he could have been Amaraked when he was already a one-shot.
Yeah, but he didn't like explode from high health.
Yeah, but I know what you mean though. I think it's one of those Amaraks where it's like a nuclear explosion inside the tank, and there's just flames shooting everywhere.
Yeah, so, I mean, to be honest though, if Panzer Fury isn't Amarak there with the bad driving from Mafia, if they kill Konrad quicker, which they should, right? I think they don't win that game. Because if there's a Bliskavitza alive driving up with the BZ, Profuse dies every time. He cannot live. It's impossible.
But he's a Badger. He's almighty powerful.
Yeah, he does not live against BZ and Bliska pushing him.
He can take them all on. He can do it. But it's 2-2, and we've scratched off 2 maps. And for all of the theorizing about Westfield, again, it's another map that's traded, split down the middle. Finally, we're going to be moving on to Pilsen, which I should remind you, it's Mafia's best map, and it's their most played map, but hit and run pick into it.
Yeah, this is a 4-2 for Mafia, finishing it off on Himmels, 5-3.
I mean, it might be. Hit and run, obviously confident that they can take down Mafia on their best map. We'll see if they've studied, maybe they've got some counter-stratting.
Uh-huh, maybe. Maybe. And then I mean, this prediction game is 1 altogether. You guys all voting. Wait, you copied my homework after all?
Did I?
Yeah, you voted for Dopa.
Oh, I didn't copy that, I can assure you.
Right.
After what happened at the beginning of yesterday.
Yeah, but then I got it right the second
Yes,
time.
I know that. I am keenly aware of that fact, but my copying days are over. If we do have the same prediction, I assure you that it is incidental.
I do not trust you.
Well, that's unfortunate, but here we are on Pilsen. What do Hit and Run have prepared for us on Mafia's best map? They're bringing double BZ, Type 5, double Foch B, E4, and Ketsai playing a T100.
Mafia, RHM of their own, E4, 140, K91, E50M, CS63, and a Type 5. I feel like that's like a Mafia lineup.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's such a Mafia lineup. K91 to be able to snipe from the back in K2 at the beginning of the game. We've got a lot of guns from Hit and Run going through the back of spawn to avoid being planed at the start. Only 2 spotted by the plane from YOLO, which doesn't really tell him a whole lot of information. And Ketsai is lurking around that radar tower, playing in those bushes to see what he can find. He doesn't actually spot anyone as of right now. And YOLO maybe he thinks that there's something up here because he's not going for that strike just yet.
Does he go for the radio tower though? It's a good question. Catside doesn't have a plane available. YOLO doesn't have one.
He's going. Yeah. He's going for it.
They're both going for it. YOLO has the plane though. He generated the plane. Catside's getting owned for this as well. Taking a point of information or any neutral objective also generates prestige points, right? As far as I'm aware. Because capping also gathers you some. And it was just enough to take him over, no?
Yeah, that was so funny when they both decided, they both think alike and they try to do the same thing at the same time. And Mafia, importantly, get that information. That's really going to give the game away. Hit and Run's entire plan to push down the zero line with the Foch Bs and the BZs through the middle. Mafia know everything they could possibly want.
They go in for Conrado slowly, creeping up with the BZs. They spot him out as well in that CS63. The question is not, is Mafia prepared? The question is, does Mafia have enough damage to deal with this? Barbarian now kind of driving out in the open, but he takes 1.4 to the face. Activates ability. Will he even live through it? One more shot will put him down, and no, he's dead. Out in the open, exposed and absolutely violated, taken down. Panther Fury will hit a shot against Conrad in return, but that is not worthy compared to losing an entire Foch B that never gets to the healing segment, and even if he did, would be very useful there. Mafia, you said it, it's their best map, but so far it's looking like that, and when we weren't looking, something else happened as well.
Yeah, Monster took a lot of damage.
Ketsai is dead.
Wait, you're right, Ketsai is dead. How is that managed
dead.
to... Monster is dead as well. It's falling apart. It's falling apart completely for Hit and Run, and I think it all comes down to that light tank trade. The fact that YOLO got the radar tower, and he gave away the game, Hit and Run's entire plan, and it's just strikes galore for Mafia as they completely drain the nuclear arsenal. They just throw them all in there. Profuse dropping another one as well, just to take down DJ and Pan's Fury in those BZs who were kind of just left helpless. Everyone else around them died, and they had no one to cover.
That's a really tough round if you hit and run. Oh, that's so annoying. Because
it's literally all because of the radar tower.
I can even explain why it's so annoying if you're hit and run, because I somehow think that I understand this mode a little bit. It's so annoying because you know for a fact that the RHM hit only 2 people because you have communication, right? So 2 people say, okay, I've been spotted. Okay, he doesn't have a replane. He doesn't do any damage. And he goes in the radio tower the exact same time as you. You don't have a plane. He gets a plane from sitting on the radio tower, which already makes you like, come on, bruh. He spots your T100, he takes the radio tower, and he reveals your whole strategy. Now, if I was hit and run, I would be like fuming about this fact.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you're like, can we just remove the radar tower from the mode? Because it just leaked our entire strategy. And Mafia, because they knew everything. They set up perfectly, and Barbarian was the first one to really feel the pain of that information being given away to Mafia. He tried to peek in the open to punish Comrade, was hoping that his BZs would go with him at the exact same time, and Comrade, very astutely, Kono doing 100% hit rate, but Comrade very astutely just drove around the corner and said, okay, I don't need to actually get clipped by you. And then Barbarian, after that, just got deleted.
Don't worry, he wasn't the only one that shared in the pain, because you know, he died, and quickly after, both Ketsai and Monster swiftly removed themselves from the round as well. They were like, I will not let Barbarian die alone.
Yeah, I wonder how and where Ketsai actually managed to die, though. No, did he try to go for the radar again?
No, I don't think so. He was on zero line somewhere. Maybe he shot, got spotted, got planed, and died. It's my best guess.
Yeah, I mean, a well-timed plane by YOLO. He probably would have placed a plane on the Foch Bs on zero line, and then maybe hit Ketsai at the exact same time. But it just goes to show, like, these fine details, these micro moves, and just the tiny little amount of prestige points that it requires for you to be able to save a round and also simultaneously lose it.
I mean, it's a good lesson for everybody that there's a lot of stuff in Onslaught that generates prestige points that you may not be aware about.
Yeah, sitting in the cap is a good one as well. I think I remember an example all the way back in Season 1 of a light tank just going and sitting in the cap for like 30 seconds just to generate a plane.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a viable strategy on Glacier. Is it called Glacier? Windstorm.
Windstorm?
Windstorm?
That's a pre-1.0 map.
Wait, not Windstorm. The
Klondike.
Klondike! Exactly.
The other ice map.
Yeah, I mean, Windstorm had the ice as well, no?
Yeah.
They bring it back. Climbing. Good times. Klondike, yeah. Yeah, on the Klondike, it's actually a viable strategy.
Yeah, but I think Klondike's a pretty horrible map to play in competitive, though, given how campy it can get.
I don't know, when I played in random onslaught, 3 of my people are usually dead before the 2-minute marker, so...
That sounds like every random onslaught game, to be honest. Sometimes it goes in your favor, and sometimes it goes against.
I mean, this was a good round for Mafia, though. It's everything
clean execution.
Yeah, and everything's just going their way. You know, it's like, wow, couldn't be better. And they're switching it up, Moff. They're switching it up even more. Double BZ 5, or triple BZ 40 50Ms.
Yeah, that's a lot of firepower. Hit and run. Going in a different direction. They're going with double BZ, 57 heavy, type 5, Foch B, Grill 15, and Ketsai playing an RHM. And that is firepower, but in a sort of different usage. The Grill 15 being brought out. We saw Monster have a huge game on it earlier in the season, I think against Cashback, did 7k. But Mafia's lineup, only 2 get spotted by the plane in the beginning. And that's not really going to tell Hit and Run a whole lot, because it's the 2 E50Ms that are going solo towards the field. The rest of the team is just driving straight through the middle.
Kono, they're really having some issues with the driving today by the looks of things. Orchik will be taking the strike, and the Gorilla, we've seen this one before, Moff, to be honest, from Hit and Run. I was going to mention it as well, that we've seen them play this Gorilla before. Monster spotted out as well, and this might spark Mafia to just keep driving. We'll see if they can find some more damage. Franek still sitting out in the open. Yuzek leading the charge in that BZ. He's getting pushed by his teammates even. Can they do more to Franek? Franek down towards 900. Kono lining it up as well. He's perma-track. He should die for this. The Gorilla still retreating as well, and now Mafia pouring out of the factory on towards Hit and Run, but they gotta consolidate the push still. They cannot be too over-eager. The Gorilla is in the back lines, popping the ability as well. If he gets a few 1000 alphas, there's one of them already on towards Conrad. This battle could turn around in mere seconds. In return, Hit and Run now realize the trouble they're in on the field. They're pushing forward with the BZs on towards the WD50M that was left behind. Conrad is dead. The Gorilla is still a powerful tool. Mafia cannot forget about that. They need to play this clean if they want to actually bring it home.
Yeah, and Profuse is doing a good job here of trying to run away, trying to bail from the situation, gets into the 0 line, and he will survive in this situation. The Grill 15 is struggling to find impact in the round right now. He does put in a good shot towards Kono, but they're still chasing down DJ and the BZ.
I mean, DJ and the BZ should fall, but there's still the light available, and there's of course strikes available for Ketsai as well. He's moving towards the middle one right now, but that one is still on cooldown. DJ will find one more shot against YOLO. I think that's it as well that he will get, and they know where the Gorilla is. They know he can't escape, but can they kill him?
But Hit and Run, they have Ketsai in the light tank, and that could be all important for this round. Mafia, they did pick up a lot of kills, but they're down HP, and Ketsai is closing the net right now. He is bringing the surround on towards Mafia, so all of their movements will be telegraphed. Ketsai is gathering so much information right now.
Is Monster trying to escape?
He might just be lurking towards the outside of that building there. Ketsai able to farm on towards YOLO as he leaves. This is good damage being done by Ketsai, and the more bleed that he can put on, the better it is going to be for Hit and Run. I think the issue for Mafia right now is that Profuse is a one-shot. They're up in guns, but Profuse, one strike.
Oh, Monster's trying to run away right now. Does he actually make it out without being spotted? It looks like he is.
He's not spotting it. The BZ is not peeking right now.
No, it looks like he's able to get out.
And the BZ obviously doesn't have great view range anyway. And I think it would...
Are they really playing it for this, Mafia, already? This early into the round? Playing for the extra kill they have?
It's a dangerous game, to be sure. But as long as they protect those radar towers, which they are doing so with Rexar, both of the BZs are covering a radar tower each right now. And if they can do that, then they're going to be able to protect Profuse so he just can't get spotted. But I think Rexar's position, Ketsai, he could get an angle potentially.
It's double strike though for the side of hit and run, always available. Middle and 1-2 line. That's a lot of strikes.
You're almost surprised that they're not. Oh, he's playing the balcony and he doesn't see anything. YOLO putting in just completely random blind fire in Ketsai's general direction. Ketsai is going to let off a shot, presumably on Rexar. So this is good chip damage that he's putting in right now. There's no light tank from Mafia, so they can't just blind plane. They know where he is, but they can't really do anything about it. And Kono is getting put under some pressure now as well by Tsek putting in a good shot, peeking round. They're still trying to just play to protect the radar towers, but they might end up losing a BZ as a result of that anyway. And if you do end up losing an entire gun, then you're still into a 4v4.
I don't know about this one. It's very early to be playing it for this. There's a gorilla looking towards Rexar as well. Does he have an angle? We would need to see from first person almost. Cannot tell from this. Maybe Rexar decides to back off. But look at Mafia. Look what they're doing. They're not. I think they realize now that it's an unholdable situation almost.
Yeah, but how do they sneak up on Ketsai without him spotting?
Because Ketsai is currently not. Oh, he was driving back towards the house. Ketsai will be spotted in a second. If he doesn't get enough distance, he is generating the distance. Spots out YOLO as well. They know that Ketsai is running now, but they will clear at least one angle.
Yeah, and that is good from Mafia. That's going to force Ketsai to move away, which means Oljek's going to keep going though. I'm not sure I like this. This play, this is a bit. He's going to bite off more than he can chew here. He's going to take a clip from the Foch B for free, and now Oljek. That's an awkward position to be in because Ketsai can go all the way into the corner here to get another angle and hit and run. There's still enough time on the clock here to just play for strikes. So Oljek, in trying to protect his team, trying to retake some map control, I think he went a bit too far.
I'm not sure why he kept going at that point.
Yeah, I don't know why. He could have just stayed in A6. That was more than enough control for Mafia, but Oljek just bleeding. He's figured out where the Foch B is at the expense of all of his remaining hit points, and now Mafia, they have more than just Profuse to worry about being a one-shot in that E50M. Oljek is pinned in A5.
Yeah, but look at this though. They're moving towards South, but look at the same time in the western side on the 3-line, that gorilla is going to be covering. Monster is already
might get spotted though.
I don't know. Oh, Monster does get spotted. Kono spots him out. It's a lucky break for Kono at the very least that they spot out this gorilla. They do a lot of damage, but the gorilla does a lot of damage back. He goes despotted. He finds YOLO and he hits the shot as well immediately. Barbarian then finds it with the strike, and now it's an even game, 4-on-4, but it's even in the kills. It's so not close in the damage.
No, you're absolutely right. Hit and run starting this round off with less HP due to the fact they have a gorilla and a light tank. Mafia's lineup was all brawl and all HP, and now they're down significantly in health, down 4k, and now Hit and Run are in the driving seat, right? They don't technically have to do anything. I mean, they could quite easily find another one of these kills if they wanted to, because Mafia don't have anywhere near as much HP as they once did.
Can Mafia find something in this battle? It will be super, super hard for me. Yeah, Oljek continuing there is so weird. It made him possibly get killed by strikes, so they react by pushing sound, but Hit and Run is ready. They send the gorilla, and even though he gets spotted and takes some damage, honestly, it wasn't that bad of a trade for them. You know, he claps back on towards YOLO for 1,000, and then they win the game off of this because he dies.
Yeah, and that entire reaction comes from the fact that Oljek is committed, so Mafia, they know that they're on the clock at that point. They know they have to do something. They can't just let Oljek stay pinned in A5. They have to make some kind of move, and any move at that point is almost a bad one.
Barbarian taking another strike on 1-2 line, putting Profuse under pressure to not get spotted. But the move is here. Mafia got to do something. As weird as it sounds.
I think Hit and Run realize that they don't actually have to do anything either, because Ketsai could be far more proactive if he wanted to.
Oh, Tsek peeking out against Kono. I'm not sure if that was the play for him. Takes a shot at damage. Will take a strike at some point as well. 900. They would need one more shot following up on him after that. They gotta be careful from Tsek now.
They do. I think T-Sec wanted to peek because of the radar tower being taken though, so I don't think it was the worst peek in the world. Kono trading with a Type 5 heavy, that's not really an ideal play to be made, and T-Sec is just barely above 2-strike range. By the way, he needs to be on 900 HP to die from this situation. He's currently on 904, so Kono's going to have to peek again. He's going to have to peek again to get the kill here.
Kono will, however, peek out, but Barbarian has a strike as well. He will put it on towards Kono. Goodbye, Kono. Dies to Barbarian. It had to be Rexar to come and find this kill, though.
Now that frees up Barbarian, as Rexar is forced to overpeak as well. And Mafia, that one misstep by Olszek, it was kind of their undoing, as everyone else was forced to expose themselves and take yet more damage to try and even the score.
They killed Franek for free, and then they fell apart. They drove into the Gorilla after all, which you want to keep pushing at that point, and they're waterfalling out, but I'm pretty sure the Gorilla still had a good game to compensate.
Do you think it would have been better for them to push into the Gorilla instead of going for the BZs?
I think the ideal play, and if you want to say hindsight, like 2020, the ideal play is one tank field extra, everybody else push towards the Gorilla.
See, I think differently. I think the E50Ms in the coal piles, I think they could have run away because they always win normally in a 2v2.
You don't want to run them away if you're pushing to the Gorilla. Because
well, they can hold their own.
They have to
kind of what I mean.
They have to fight, but they will not always win.
I think W50M up against double BZ, they can at the very least make it a stalemate. So they don't necessarily need to run away. As long as they're fighting the BZs can't turn their attention to anything else. If you just push towards the Gorilla, then the double BZ in the coal piles has to react in some way. And pushing into double E50M is by no means guaranteed to be a positive trade. And but again, you just Monster finds impact.
Yeah, you just keep driving towards the Gorilla though. Conrad takes a shot from the Gorilla and he just goes field and you kill the double BZ with 3. With Conrad being low HP, because he bails. He somehow died in this game, by the way, in the E50M. I don't really know. He was the one that took a shot from the Gorilla. But you have to, I think, when the Gorilla is locked on that building, they had to go and try and kill him. Like, they had Kona and Orchek pretty healthy. I honestly think that they should have still later on committed on the Gorilla, even if it would potentially lose them the game.
Maybe. It's always easier for us to declare what they should do in hindsight with the all-knowing observer feed that we have. But after Pilsen, you cannot separate these two teams. It's still 3-3.
This was my 4-2 in the hands. No, I think they really got a bit lost in the sauce after they killed Franek so free.
Yeah, it's like everyone's kind of hyper frantic. It's like, oh, we got a kill advantage. Let's go. We just need to push and we will win. But the push that they made, they just bleed so much health for it. And it's very unfortunate for Mafia because I think that is a missed opportunity to put themselves on match point. As it is, hit and run, stay even Stevens with them, and we're going to go on to Himmelsdorf.
It was an opportunity, in my opinion, for Mafia to really get ahead here. After that first win on Pilsen, I think they would have crushed Hit and Run Spirit after the first Pilsen, if they, the way they won it, and the second Pilsen, catching a T57 for free with a great opening, I think it would have crushed Hit and Run.
Maybe, but I would then point you to the perfect example from Phase 2, where Hit and Run were down 3-0 against this very team in Mafia, and then pulled it all the way back. I think that team's mental resolve is very, very potent, and I don't think you can ever truly count them out, even if it was match point.
I know, but the way those rounds would be lost,
Yeah, I mean, no one's a robot, right? No one's immune to a little bit of frustration that comes out when you lose a round in such a fashion, especially for Franek, right? Because he's not necessarily making a misplay there. He just gets surprised by a good move from Mafia.
Now Himmel's coming in, Moff. Statistics-wise, who's favorite?
They both played it. They've both played it 7 times. But Mafia's win rate is about 50%, 57%. Hit and runs is 86.
Right. Hit and run coming in 5 BZs, double first beam off.
Yeah, I think that's more of the weekend school of thought right there. Mafia going with double BZ, E100, double 57, 140, and a Bliskowitzer.
What lineup do you like more?
Honestly, hit and runs. I'm all aboard the BZ75 hype train at this point. If I were Keyhand, I would say there's no Inspire tank. This is bad, but they have so much health between them, combined with the invisible HP that the Foshb can generate with the heal ability.
The split in the beginning from hit and run, 3 tanks towards 1-2, 2 tanks towards the 3 line, and the rest on the 5 line. The double 57 will not be countering this. Conrad committing forward. YOLO is going to be holding E100, playing on the 2 line. Conrad needs to be careful. He could be in a little bit of trouble once they take over this 1-2 line. Katsai crossing over, takes a shot. DJ peeking out as well. Conrad wants to kind of back off, but there is double BZ that is now coming in as well, though, on towards the 3 line. Katsai taking some more now on the crossing. The double push B now getting revealed is going to be driving through. That's Yusek in the E100 ahead of the Monster and Barbarian. They find this E100. Yusek is forced to face. He has no choice anymore in the E100. The 57s are now coming in. Conrad pushing across already. They want to take this fight. Barbarian pops the heal. Can they kill Yusek? No, they can't. He survives. He's alive. Katsai is dead. Barbarian is dead as well. He explodes the E100. The tank does what it needs to. It holds fast and it holds strong, but now Mafia needs to do what they need to do when the 57s are reloading. Hold on for as long as they can. They need these Clippers to come back into the fight, but the lucky part is that these Clippers have really great DPM. Profuse finds DJ in the meantime. That's important. And checks off of reload. Rexshot's coming up from reload as well. Panther Fury tries to boost away, but he's boosting to another day. He's dead, and now 3 tanks left standing from hit and run. They did it in OLC 4 Mafia. It's the map where they took it, and here in the upper bracket finals, they're the ones to put themselves on match point.
Yeah, the Fosh Bees just got absolutely owned in this situation. Profuse still alive in that 140, inspiring his whole team, doing a great job. Manages to catch Frantic, and now that just leaves poor Monster, the last Fosh Bee, who is running away on reload with no shells to defend himself with, and that reaction from Mafia was perfect. The double 57 heavy came in at the exact opportune moment to punish the Fosh Bees.
The E100 has, what, 3,800 HP?
Something like that. It's obviously, it's going to be a bit less than a Type 5. Type 5 is 4.2k HP, so I think E100 is just going to be just barely under 4k.
Which means with Fosh Bees, you have 2,400 potential each, right?
Yeah. Plus, remember, Yusek has ability that gives him an extra 200 HP as well.
It's a fine line between you basically need to hit both. One needs to go flawless almost, and then the other one needs to hit at least 5 to guarantee kill.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the pen rate that was the issue. I think it was more that they were trying. They realized that good pen rates here from Mafia.
Really good pen rates, by the way.
Yeah. Only like 2 shots missed from basically all of those players. 3 shots missed in the entire battle for
Yusek
the 7-man roster.
Yusek hits received in total. 1 non-penetration, by the way. I swear it's this 1 non-penetration that keeps him alive.
Yeah, well, if we can see the Fosh B penetrations, that
6-6-5.
1
6-6-5. Yeah, but Monster fired 2 clips though, so it's a bit harder to tell. 11-11-11. Well, I mean, unless Monster only fired 5 on his first clip off.
That's what I was going to say. I think because Monster knew that the 57 was...
He was further back,
so he was backing off already to try and get safe from the 57 heavies. So...
Barbarian had to give up on this clip, actually. The only way that this works out is if he abandons the clip and dips into the
station.
Into the station. Draw the 57s out, right? Make them drive longer, because now they came to the corner and he died in a second. He just exploded. Yeah. I think this is autoloader syndrome, though. Well, it's easy for us to say as casters, right? It's always very easy.
I gotta get my clip out.
But it's autoloader syndrome. I have to clip. We have to kill him. And in this scenario, no, they didn't need to kill him. They already did the damage to him. Nonetheless, he would be barely alive, you know, barely alive.
I mean, even though it's a gun that's alive, like, it's not an Inspire tank. The E100, like, sure, it can have heal ability, but if you just leave him as alive as a one-shot, he still can't really have that much impact in the round.
They can survive Ketsai dying because it's a BZ crossing over, but I don't think they recover from the Foch B exploding.
No, I think absolutely right. They need the double Foch B to be alive for them to be able to try and recover the situation, because at that point, remember what their lineup was. It was 5 BZs and double Foch. So if they lose one of the Foch for free, they're really lacking any sort of meaningful firepower to try and stem the tide.
Now, it's match point for Mafia, Moff.
Mm-hmm.
If I get this prediction right,
I mean, hats off to you if you do get it correct, because Hit and Run have looked like the better team throughout the entire season. So they're obviously going to be the favorites in this match, especially what happened in that Phase 2 match already. So if Mafia do win this one, I mean, that's massive for them. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself because the game, even this match, isn't over, but it doesn't mean that Hit and Run are eliminated. So Mafia, best remember who they're up against in this one. Mafia are going to try and close out the match with double 57 heavy, BZ, CS, 140, Bliska, E4.
Hit and Run, 4 BZs, a 140 and double E4. Mafia playing very Mafia lineups, always.
Yeah, just a lot of variety across the team. I think the CS almost certainly will probably be going up towards that hill. But Hit and Run, it's all gas and go, isn't it? It's just full brawl setups. This time they've got an Inspire tank, so maybe that will help them.
For that CS to pay itself off, it's not going to be easy. It doesn't.
He's out of the fight for a long time as well.
It doesn't really get like a amazing ability either. You know, the strike is cool, but the strike is not like.
It's not game changing.
Nah, it's
apart from cap resets.
Yeah, but the good thing is Conrad goes towards the middle of the map immediately. Yuzek and the Bliska needs to be careful. Spots up DJ. DJ misses. Decisive will need to keep running. By the looks of things, it's a good shot there from Yuzek, but you know it takes one back. The CS takes the info. That means Hit and Run know now that there is a CS on the hill. It's the only thing fast enough. He doesn't get a mini strike off of that though.
Oh, but this is very awkward for Hit and Run. Mafia forcing a slower pace game, and Kono is starting to punish from the top of the hill.
This Bliska is in a little bit of trouble potentially.
Yeah, Yuzek does not seem to be aware of the potential for them to repush the 8 line right now. His team
are the 57s? I know. I was going to ask if they were ready for this, but it doesn't look to be.
Well, they're leaving right now, and Yuzek is leaving. I don't think he's leaving quite as fast as he needs to. He's just around the corner though, so the punish shouldn't be too huge for him. He has got his side on though. 800 damage for free. Ability timing is good, which will minimize some of the damage.
Yeah, Yuzek now backing off fully. There's a 57 heavy and support by Barbarians coming in as well. Yuzek taking another now from that 140. That Bliska is in a lot of trouble. 931 HP. He will angle up soon. Rexar is hiding and waiting, biding his time as well for the right opportune moment. Yuzek down towards a one-shot. Can they find the kill? T-Sec missing though. They have to do something. They cannot just let him die for free. No shots so far being connected. Rexar looks at this BZ, pops the ability. 2 for 2. Can he go for 3 for 3 or 4 for 4? Would be necessary at this point. In the meantime, 1-2 line getting overrun as well. And Mafia needs to do something here on this 8 line. They don't have a choice. It's kind of do or die. The CS63 still on the hill. Orchek now realizing this is driving in with the 57 up and over into Barbarian even. Yuzek is being kept alive by his teammate, but they let T-Sec just kind of go by, and T-Sec says thank you very much. Yuzek pops the ability, will not live, and Rexar now realizing what has happened, needs to come back in, and Franek has put himself maybe a little bit too close to this fight. It's going to eat a whole clip to the face, but Rexar now needing to bail. It's still looking playable for Mafia, but it's pretty tough. Still, the 140 has died from the side of Mafia. They're up in HP. Ketsai is dead, but Franek still alive. He is going to survive. The CS63 on the hill carries a lot of HP though.
He does have a lot of health that's out of the game currently, so he will need to be considered dropping down from the hill. Meanwhile, the BZs from Hit and Run clearing the south right now. YOLO He's going to try and push forwards into Monster. If he gets a high roll, he could find the kill, but Monster, good timing with the heal ability, and then driving past, but there's a strike from Rexar, which does finish the job. Pansfury now is going to be arrived just a little bit too late, but he bounces the shot, and that means YOLO is going to get another one for free. This is not possible right now for Pansfury. You need to get this kill cleanly. It's horrible.
YOLO now face-hugging as well. It's really tough to face-hug an E4, especially when you're firing heat, but he does a good boost though from Panzer Fury. Sick play even, we would say to that. Just quickly boosting, using that to his advantage. Beautiful there to get out of that tricky situation he was in, because face-hugging an E4, you can pen the mantlet, but when your heat is your premium ammunition, that becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, and Mafia right now should be looking to slow down the game. They could play for the middle strike again. They could play for the mini strike that Kono has in order to reset the cap right now, as DJ is looking to try and get a shot. Oljek's firing off a couple in his general direction, but after the dust settles, Daki, hit and run, they don't have any HP. That clip that Franek ate from the T-57 Heavy, if he were full HP right now, he could be a big game player, but the double strike should be coming in here from Kono. He does hit on towards both of them. He's going to come down from the hill now because he realizes he's got to use his HP, but people will know you got to be careful. Don't drive too fast down the hill there. The double cap is still on for hit and run, but there is enough time here for Kono to go into the middle strike, but he's not going for it actually. He's trying to close distance from the north. Oljek is going to close distance through the courtyard as well. Rexar needs to get a good timing here, but he's spotted. Pansfury has been found. He misses a shot. Rexar connects. He's just got one shell left to find the kill here, but he peeks out into the open and Franek finds the kill, possibly with the strike going down. It's currently a 2 versus 3. Hit and run are somehow making this look possible.
Yeah, Rexar there missing one shot, costing now. DJ finds a shot against Kono. He's 689 HP. Panzer Fury will find a shot, but it's not going to connect. It's not going to connect, but he shouldn't die anyways. Oljek pops the ability, chasing down Frank in the 140, who's running but cannot hide. I think the T-57 makes this. He dies. Oljek picks it up. And yeah, Panzer Fury not hitting the shot could be crucial, but normally Kono lives anyways, and Kono puts it down, and it's Mafia to lock themselves in the grand finals of the Onslaught Legends Series Season 4, sponsored by AMD. What a round.
Very close. Very close affair. Mafia almost threw it away, but hit and run equally. Just some micro errors which cost them in the end. That clip that Franek ate for free, you pointed out, from the T-57 Heavy, he didn't need to go close at that point. There was nothing to be done on that solo quest. So he could have gotten out and still been full HP. That's an important point. Then the bounce from there's 2 bounces from Pansui that are like critical as well. One on the E4 on YOLO. That means that he takes an extra 750 damage, which is not good at all. And then he bounces the side of the CS, which I have to say is probably a bit RNG, a bit unfortunate from his side of things.
But let's say though that the CS was 690 HP. With Onslaught modifiers, he needs a really good roll to kill that.
He does. I mean, could he potentially have killed him with HE? I know that's a bit of a nitpick, but there's so many aspects of that battle that just could have swung in either direction. But in the end, Mafia's advantage in the end game was enough that they managed to bring it home, and they do take it 5-3, avoiding that tiebreaker, and they will be the first team to secure that grand final.
They will put themselves in the grand finals, and again, they're not the kind of team you think is flashy, is so amazing, but they keep performing over and over, and they are the first seed going into China. They're also the first team to go into the grand finals.
Yeah, and that means the GPUs are secured no matter what, right? Because first and second place do get hold of those AMD products, which they will be very happy about. But like we said yesterday, job's not finished. Hit and run, your arch rivals, they're not out of the competition, and up against Weekend, they'll still be the favorite there, and they could very well come back at you later on.
Yeah, it's indeed not over. Job's not done, but Hit and Run now have to make their way through the lower bracket to come back in. And you know, for them, they didn't play yesterday, so they didn't really get any real practice, and now today they come and lose the match. They have to get playing almost immediately again as well. So it's not an easy run for them.
Correct me, I don't remember what the schedule is, whether we've got the NA match coming up next, or maybe
Hit and Run versus Weekend is coming.
So they really don't have any time to...
Well, let me put you on the spot right now, actually, Moff. what is your scoreline? Before looking at anybody else's, what is your prediction?
Hit and run win.
Yeah.
5-2.
Okay.
5-2.
We're locked that in. Moff, replays are ready. We're going to go watch some replays. When we come back, we'll see if Moff is right. Can hit and run bring it back to the grand finals? We all find out after some replays.
Onslaught Legends Series Season 4 is here. But Liberty finds Jockey, and Ketsai, the last one for his team, will not be able to pull the 1v3.
Onslaught Legends Series champions will be Cashback.
They do complete the Cinderella story.
Finds Akka and its Twilight and Liberty left one ring because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket.
Akka blows up as well, and W completed 6-3 2 times in a row. OLS champion. I think Moth Mafia are on victory street here on Himmelsdorf. They completely rewrite the map and rewrite all of the scripts that everyone had. It's going to be them taking the finals in a 5-1 fashion.
Tune in to the action, September 30th through November 9th.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 4 finale, sponsored by AMD. Hit and Run, we just saw them play a match off. They're now back in the ring immediately against The Weeknd, who surprisingly took down Cashback with rather big numbers yesterday.
Yeah, Weeknd made the upset happen in that Ukrainian derby head-to-head, and Hit and Run, the Purple Dragon, going to be licking their wounds after that defeat at the hands of the team that they are oh so familiar with when they like to team up to form the supersonic Invil roster for Clan Showdown. But Hit and Run, coming into this one, they're still going to be the favorites after being handed that defeat by Mafia. But I think something that's important to note here, Weeknd were the only other team in the entire season to hand Hit and Run an L.
But that was in the beginning of the season.
It was a long time ago, and riding the high from Weeknd, a lot has changed since then. But as we can see here, unsurprisingly, Hit and Run favored 75%, 25% for Weeknd, which, to be honest, is probably more than I would have expected.
Yeah, sure. Can you remind me though, Moff? Like, sure, we can hand that Hit and Run their only loss in the season, but let me ask you this: what happened in Phase 2?
In Phase 2, it was a far different affair. I believe Hit and Run took the victory in that one, 4-1. But still, it remains a fact that Weeknd did 3-0 them in Phase 1. Their style, which they brought back in a big way yesterday, they used it to its full effect against Cashback, and Cashback just didn't have an answer for it, right? They did not have an answer for the Blitzkowitzer meta.
They did not, but it's gonna be brawly to start it off with. Cliff being banned by Hit and Run, actually. Weeknd banning Sand River. Ensk as first one. You said Hit and Run like to play it. Mafia, I think, banned it, right? They were so not wanting to play it against Hit and Run that they banned it, but now they get to pick it against Weeknd.
Yeah, and Weeknd, it's a tough. Ensk is one of their most played maps and one of their best maps as well, so it's hard. But Hit and Run, they've played it 15 times with an 80% win rate. Like this, if they can pick it, they will.
Yeah, and then what do you think of the Himmels pick that comes after from Weeknd?
That's another solid pick for them. I'm not surprised that they've gone for it. It's also one of their most played maps, and they've got an 88% win rate on it actually. So
after Himmels, we're going to Pilsen, right? And then Morvanka, and then Ghostan. The second half of the maps, between Pilsen and Morvanka, one of them is most likely going to be the difference maker. Which one do you think it is?
Pilsen, to be honest. Miravanka's, like both of those two maps, Pilsen and Miravanka. Pilsen, Weeknd have a 40% win rate. They've only played it 5 times. And on Miravanka, Weeknd have played it 4 times, and they have a 0% win rate.
Well, they definitely should have been warming up at least.
Yeah, I think if Weeknd want to stand a chance in this match, they have to hit and run early on.
First round, Weeknd versus Hit and Run. Weeknd coming out with no less than 4 Blitzkowitzes, a 140, and double BZ.
Meanwhile, Weeknd are going with a 140 and quad Blitzkowitzer. So still believing in that meta, the tried and true philosophy of the way they like to play the game. And I'm saying, I really do think that Weekend, they have to make a dent in hit and run early on here. They have to trade well on these opening 2 maps, Ensk and Himmels, at least taking one of them 2-0.
Let's see if it's a possibility for them to do that. If they really want to brawl, though, they're going through one singular destroyed fence in the back. I mean, Franek should see that, right? If he zooms out well enough, but he will not know exactly how much it is.
Yeah, that's it's details, right? But that's what we like to see from top teams. It's just these fine margins that can be the total deciding factor. Franek being able to zoom out with the mod there, potentially getting that information. But you're right, because they only went through one fence, they don't know exactly where they are, but they'll have an idea now. But given that that strike is being taken on the 1-2 line, the Bliskovitzes, they will be spotted and known about because the radar tower has been used by DJ. So now how to hit and run react, Franek is like, oh no, I don't want anything to do with this, and Tsek, he needs to turn his boat around.
Fresh Panda peeks against the with the Bliskovice against the Type 5, gets the shot. Evil now peeking as well. The strike coming out. Clownzik and Iset holding the crossfire, but the Bliskovice sniping is not what you like. So Iset's going to be moving closer the whole time, and now hit and run starting to repush through the north. Can they actually find it though? That is a good question. Sunshine needs to back off in his Bliska. He will make it back. He gets tracked though. That might just be a perma. It's looking like it as well. Beautiful shooting there from hit and run. The repair comes in, but it's little too late. Weekend with a lot of extra HP right now though, but the first kill goes the way of hit and run. They need to continue now. They need to find the next one, and that HP from Weekend, just as you said it, dropping. Ketsa is about to drop as well because he's isolated on the strike. That's Kano and Clownzik trying to find the kill, but Kano needs to be on that push right now, but he's backing off because Franek is coming back in with his 140, which means Ketsa is going to live for a while longer, and hit and run on the HP department, not that great, but maybe they can find another kill on the field. Maybe they can do something with that. It's not looking that good though. Nonetheless, Ketsa is dead. Monster is low. Yeah, they found Sunshine, but maybe Weekend can do something.
Yeah, the guns have been equalized here, and Kano is still alive in the 140, as is Franek. Both the teams still have the Inspire tank available right now. Pansfury trying to push on a timing. Evil boost in towards him. Can Pansfury connect the shot? It looks like he's bounced. They both bounce the shot, but Tsek manages to find it. A bunch of kills get traded out there, and they go in favor of Weekend. Now Clownzik pushing aggressively in towards Franek, just making him shoot him, forcing him to shoot to distract so that Kano and Ized can farm in the meantime, and Ized will find that kill, and that just leaves 2 guns left for hit and run. This strategy, this entire philosophy of the way that Weekend like to play, it's going to come off once more.
Hit and Run want to play this map. They picked it as their very first one, and the only thing that will happen on it is Weekend picking it up. The first round on S goes their way. They come in swinging in this lower bracket finals. There's no better way to get into a match than winning the first round off, especially when you're not really that warm yet.
No, it's a fantastic start for Weekend, and I emphasized just how strongly I believe they need to get a really good start in this match, not just for the psychological edge, just for the belief that you can actually take down hit and run in this best of 9, but the map pool, they need to start strong on these opening 2 maps.
And they are starting strong on Ensk, which is hit and run's pick, and Trash Panda there, really good job, 6.2k damage. Hellrap as well, coming in strong. Sunshine, yeah, getting permatrack. If he doesn't get permatrack there either, you know, he would be back off, and they would have
they would be in a great situation.
They'd have like a 5,000 HP lead even on the guns. You know, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, can we debate should he have activated his ability or not? Because of course the Juggernaut ability, it increases his mobility so he can reverse faster into safety, but also it means his track health is only 1 HP, and I feel like he should have made a decision not to activate it.
Yeah, you know, he does repair at the end, but even with that, they had like a massive HP lead going the whole way. But if he doesn't get permatrack there, they're so chilling.
Yeah, the crossfire was great as well, because it wasn't just the fact that they flanked Tsek and did some good initial damage on towards him. They still had 2 tanks playing on the rails who were able to shoot from the complete offside of the map. I think it was one of the BZs plus Kano in his 140, and this is like really good example of how to get your Inspire tank into the game indirectly. You never want to be at the forefront of the fight. If you can just be in a position where you're shooting the whole time, but you're a long way away, he's so far away, they could never really kill him.
And a downside there, which happens, is Franek in the 140 has all the HP.
Which is a good thing, normally, but going in towards that end game, his teammates, they just lacked the health for him to really support them.
Yeah, that's, that's the thing, it's a bit, in that scenario, you don't want this to happen.
Yeah, you would want him to go in and trade a bit of HP, share the love around with the rest of his team, but, it's hard to criticize because it's a very fine line between trading some health for your teammates' benefit and just throwing away your Inspire tank, because we saw yesterday weekend how expertly they just charge down like a pack of dogs. They just charge down the Inspire tank every time as soon as they get close to him.
Would be something if we can win this 2-0.
I think it's necessary. As I've already stated, I think it is necessary for them in order to get a foothold in this game and stand a chance as we get later into the map pool. But hit and run, all the more important for them. This is their home map, their most played map of the season. You can't go down 2-0 at this stage of the competition. It's going to be double BZ, Mouse 140, Foch B, WE4.
In return, Weekend, triple BZ, 140, double Bliskavitsa, and a Foch B. No surprises there.
No, absolutely none whatsoever. What I just love from Weekend, we got to a point in the season where we started to criticize them for the way that they were playing. There didn't seem like there was enough adaptation. And they've, instead of just steering away from it, they've steered into the skid. They've just leaned more into their own playstyle. And leaning back on what you know is working for them.
Can they keep pushing this playstyle? Can they keep working it? Can they bring it home? Big questions for Weekend. I mean, so far, it's an interesting statistic, Moff. Last season, they were in the OCS. This season, they're top 3.
Yeah, there are some caveats to that, though, being that they got a lot of reinforcements from former OLS players, most notably IZ from the cashback roster. But again, Weekend are just driving straight through the middle of the map. DJ is a great tank to try and hold this push. Frankly, he has so much HP in that Mouse, over 4.3k. And Barbarian not taking too much damage. Sunshine comes off a lot worse, though, as he has to run away from that middle strike. Does not want to get pushed, but Weekend, there's no stopping this. They're just continuing to go, but you don't really want to focus the Mouse.
They don't really have a choice, though. DJ trying to angle, already bouncing 2 shots, and here comes the repush from Hit and Run with Ketsai leading the charge this time around, though. Weekend not sitting there to receive. They want to back off a little bit, get those angles, get those crossfires working, because they have the 2 tanks from the field coming in. That leaves Trash Panda by his lonesome. He's boosting his way as well now. Kano in the 140 is in a good position, though, far away, but even he will need to back off with the relocations that his teammates are doing. Sunshine is dead. He's getting entered on by Barbarian, who makes his life worth so much, and now he's on the back lines. The Force B of Evil cannot even go for that bounce, simply because it would take too much time. Now Clownsdick and Evil coming back in, pushing Trash Panda, wants to stay alive. Does he heal? No, he doesn't heal just enough, and we can now finally find the first kill on T-Sec, but not before they lose 3 tanks for that, and that is a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, the hit and run hold is going to be strong. The repush back across the rails is working out for them right now. They're up in guns, they're up in HP. Monster is going to go down shortly, but not before his team. Barbarian is trading out with IZ. Former teammates on a completely different roster between them, and Barbarian will get the better of him in this particular trade. And Weekend, the signature playstyle, the push, this time it gets halted and hit and run will hold on.
The opening there was Barbarian in the beginning, right? Doing a lot of damage to him, but they only really got a 140 shot on him. And then he backed off towards the field. He even found a kill there on Sunshine, came back in and killed Isa. And now kills Evil as well on top of it. Really confident repush from Hit and Run, and you could see how Weekend needs to abandon the positions, and this time around they just cannot focus the fire on towards any target.
No, but I think we can also credit Hit and Run for reading the play and having the right tanks in the right positions. And mentioned mid-battle, Weekend, the tank that was immediately in front of them was the Mouse of DJ, and that is literally the worst tank for you to be able to focus out in any situation. And I think that's great counterplay from Hit and Run to to bring a tank like that. It just completely halted their push. And Weekend, this entire playstyle is built on being able to just go in and blitz through your opponent before they realize what happened. But Hit and Run was able to stabilize and then just swiftly repush.
And the Mouse even doing really good damage as well. Barbarian still doing 3k across the board. Good results from Hit and Run. That's what they need to stop this Weekend train before it gets rolling. DJ 11-11-11. I mean, can't ask more from that.
No, and sometimes that's the way it goes for the Mouse. You're either the first one to die, or they try to ignore you, and you get to farm. And he made his gun sing, just constantly getting to shoot in this battle. 1-1, a point apiece for both of these teams. I think both of them will be reasonably satisfied with that they haven't gone down 2-0 early on.
Going into Himmelsdorf. Who do you think this favors?
Honestly, I think it favors Weekend. I really do. I mean,
Okay.
both of these teams have, like, they've played it a similar number of times. They've both got a good win rate on it, so at least statistically, no one's really favored. But I don't know. Can Hit and Run, like, they have to be aware of the way that Weekend like to play. Some adjustments could be made, like, on the fly in real time here to try and anticipate and stop the push just like they did in the last round.
Can I say, though, that I think for the competitiveness of the finals, the ideal scenario is Hit and Run wins this. I feel like the style that Mafia plays is like a really good counter to how Weekend likes to play usually.
Maybe. And definitely rewatching the Polish derby and seeing if Mafia can do it 2 times a row, put down their arch rivals, would be an enticing prospect of a grand final. But you know, if Weekend can manage to overhaul the Purple Dragon, then they would be more than the match for Mafia you'd expect in that grand final.
I mean, doing it once off is impressive, but becoming a 2-timer is only, something reserved for absolute video game champions.
Definitely, and you know, if that were the case, then I think Mafia would be a well-deserved victory in that grand final. But
it would be a big boost going into WCI as well.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be the exact opposite momentum that the W team have, right? And I was saying going into this, the whole story of these playoffs is it's finally Hit and Run's like best chance to win the Onslaught Legend series. Cashback isn't what they once were. W is nowhere to be seen. Mafia is like their greatest rival, their best challenger. Really expected Hit and Run to like dominate, but so far, you know, they're gonna have to try and sweep away this plucky underdog Ukrainian team, and they're gonna try and do that with 4 BZs, double E100, and Franek playing the 140.
We can in return double BZ, 140, Bliska, double Fush B, and an E4 of their own. Hit and Run taking some inspiration from Mafia, bringing the double E100.
Yeah, and NA as well, don't forget about those guys. But Bology were a team that liked playing the E100s, and it does have more DPM than a Type 5, and arguably better armor, at least in terms of being able to angle it. But here we go. Weekend, this is not a customary to how we normally see them playing, though. It's not a death ball play. They're splitting up across the map right now. It's highly unusual gameplay from them. The double Fosh B is pushing down the 1 line. They're not known about right now, and they could catch a great timing. There's an isolated BZ of T-Sec.
Well, Rep and Evil still have to cross a few gaps though, Mo. Don't forget that. One of them is against the double E100, but Hit and Run is reacting immediately to it. They realize as well that even if they hit this, it's going to be trouble because T-Sec will die. If he stays, he's bailing out, and Iset in return is feeling what the reaction is. Triple BZ pushing on towards him. Ketsa even boosting a little bit into him to make sure he stays in location. There's not that much support for Iset. He does his 2 shots of damage. The strike comes in as well. That's a big one. Hits home on 3. Monster finds the shot, but Ketsa still has a long way to drive to get it. Maybe Iset does one more shot because of this. I don't think he connected that one though.
I think he bounced on the rear of Monster. That's a good strike that's coming in. It's going to hit 3 for the side of Hit and Run as Weekend. This push is maybe not the best option that they've got available to them right now. The W100 is moving up through the courtyard. They're going to get met by the double Foch B of Weekend, who need to find a lot of impact right now because their team is struggling in the HP department. They're down about 5,000 hit points. Kano could be clutch here in the endgame as well. That Inspire tank, Hit and Run do not have that available for them.
The HP now starting to get closer. That E4, that 140 going through the BZ slowly but surely. No escape though for the BZ of Clownsick, and now Kano wants to come in and pick up the pieces, get Monster out of the fight, but he needs to go past a bunch of wrecks, dodging the ram. Very intelligent by him, finding the kill as well, but forced out in the open, forced to take damage from the E100. Is down towards a one-shot. He will survive, but it's 3 tanks from Weekend versus 4 from Hit and Run. And now a Trash Panda chasing down that lonely BZ. Even he's starting to take a lot of damage for this. Takes a shot from Panther Fury as well, and Evil comes in though with the Foch B, going towards Ketsai in the healing segment of his ability. Trash Panda, not really a one-shot, but Panther Fury, does he come off reload on time to save Ketsai? That's a good question. Doesn't look like he's going to help Ketsai. Evil needs to kill Ketsai, but Ketsai with the body slam, the face hug, but then again, there's double E100 rolling in the battlefield. When everybody's dead, the double E100 marches ahead, cleans up, brings it home. It looked so close if you forgot about the double E100.
If you forgot about the W100, the whole time they were just sniping away off screen, just putting in the odd shot here and there, and ultimately I think that's what costs Weekend, right? The W100 is basically just able to free farm on everyone that's playing in amongst those positions in the courtyard. And I think Kano's decision to go into courtyard instead of into the street in the north to kill the I think it was Monster who was in the north street. I think he should have driven into that BZ and then taken refuge there, because then he wouldn't have been in the line of fire of those E100s. And talking about them, look how much damage they did. 5k for one of them, 4k for another.
Yeah, that's what happens when these giant tanks are left unchallenged. You know, they're kind of just rolling and shooting. They are still very good tanks. You know, E100, good DPM on that small gun. T-Sec doesn't do anything, but, you know, he was kind of the one-on-1-2 line. I was like, yeah, it's me, isn't it? They're going for me. Yep, they are. But the reaction was there, though. I said, could have done one more shot, but I don't think that one shot changes that much. It's hard to say, though, but I don't think it would have changed the game. There's like a little miscommunication there from Hit and Run. I guess Ketsai wasn't ready to kill him. He could have done one more shot, but, you know. I mean, maybe, you know...
I think he was rocket boosting, so he couldn't actually reverse.
Monster would be a one-shot because of it, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's always fine details, right? And I do just think, though, that if Kano runs north, we can have a much better chance of winning that round. The T-Sec, like you said, he just died. He knew he was the one, the prime focus for the Foch Bs, and he basically has one opportunity to do one shot of damage, and unfortunately for him, he doesn't connect it, and he dies with 0. But I think it's the mark of a great team that you know that you're going to lose a guy for free, so you don't waste any time. You immediately go for the trade.
Predictions, yeah, of 5-2 for Keyhand and me, Baby 5-3. You're going with a 4-5 to Weekend, huh?
Yeah, I had to change my strategy and go in a different direction because I realized I was going to be losing the prediction game no matter what. That was a blind 5-2 call though, and basically like both you and Key went for the exact same thing. But I pretty much have to believe in Weekend to do something.
So if Hit and Run win this, you're going to start crying on stream?
Well, it's already lost anyway, so it's already lost anyway. I think the points difference is too much, so I might as well throw a Hail Mary.
Happy hands, Muff.
I was much closer this time than last, so I'm getting less bad.
Getting less bad. That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Everyday learning, even in predictions.
Every day is a day to learn, Muff. This is true. Very true. You can always learn something. What have you learned today, Muff?
That you're a prediction god right now. Looking at the way things are going. And the way things are going right now, Hit and Run are starting to find their stride, but can Weekend even up the score and take us into the next round of maps 2-2? Hit and Run going to be bringing double BZ, IS-7, double Type 5, double E100.
Double E100?
Double E4.
Where's this double E100 this man is speaking of? I'm looking below the desk, can't find them. Weekend though, in return, BZ 140, Quad, Bliska, and a Fush B. And the reason why I went like, ooh, is because I think Bliska Vitsimov really struggles against double Type and double E4.
Yeah, you're right. It's a lot of HP to chew through, even if the Bliskavitsa is the highest DPM tank at tier 10. I think I just said W100 because it worked out so well. I just assumed that Hit and Run were going to bring it out once again. Kano spotted pushing aggressively. The whole of Weekend spotted pushing aggressively towards the 1-2 line, but they're going to be met by the WE4, and WE4 holding in those positions is very powerful.
And already starting to tap as well, and this looks like a little bit of hit and run magic, Moff, when they have a really good read on what the enemy wants to play, which is currently the case. They seem to be lining up the shots, lining up the angles, lining up the damage as well on towards these tanks. And Cloudsic, Trash Panda, and Sunshine, they're committed, but what are they committing in? There's 4 of them driving into 6 of hit and run tanks. Now, I may not be a smart man, but 4 and 6, those two don't match together. You know, you usually need 6 and 7. However, Sunshine seems to have taken a Type 5 shot to the back of the brain for 1087, and now he's in there with the Bliskavitsa in the thick of it, and he will find Ketsai. But in return though, DJ and Franek are having a good time. They're finding Trash Panda. They've even ignored Clownzik and Sunshine. DJ finds the kill, and when we're looking at it, it's 6 on 6, but the damage is there. The damage has been dealt, and now Sunshine and Clownzik are just waiting to die in this courtyard. Franek is already rolling in, finds one. The other one is picked up by Panzer Fury. Eyesight is coming in from behind, but when we're looking at it, it's still Hit and Run that is leading right now. And yes, Monsters Type 5 is almost dead, and yeah, there's still some Bliskavitsas available, but number of guns is a very important factor. DJ tried to shield, will not happen, so now we're back into a 4-on-4, but what has it taken to get into this 4v4? A lot, because now Hellrap will die into a 3v3, sure, but still, the Fush B has only 2 shots, Moff.
Yeah, but the T-Sec's got all the HP for Hit and Run. That is not the tank. Maybe T-Sec an HE shell on the side. He does connect it. We didn't see it because of the ability timing, but the HE did connect there, and that is huge from T-Sec. He is definitely doing a good job here protecting Barbarian, keeping him alive, even pulling out of cover so that Barbarian can get the kill. And it was close there for a moment. You just thought maybe they can salvage this game with Kano being the 140 and the Inspire tank ability, but that HE penetration really put the Fosh B down and saved the round for Hit and Run.
I mean, I feel like it was over anyways. The I-7 was a 3-shot to the Fosh B. I think that's the big problem. Let's put it this way, if the I-7 is a 2-shot, okay, I think the HE is very important because, you know, but Barbarian was 1100. So who's going to kill Barbarian?
Yeah, that's a very good point, but I just looked at it and I saw 4 versus 3, all the HPs on the Type 5, and
you saw a little bit of magic, but
yeah, you know that when the Type 5 is the guy that's left with all the HP for a team, it's just it is just the worst situation to be in, right? It's not ideal at all. And Kano, to his credit, did 5.8k, but it's not enough to compensate.
Yeah, you can see the Bliskavitsa, you know, the high DPM is something that's not to be underestimated. Nonetheless, even if they were in a really tough game situation, IMO, just because the fact they have Bliskavitsas facing off against these lower DPM tanks, you know.
They almost pulled it back though. They were 7k down before a shot was even fired on the side of Weekend. Like before they even pushed into Ketsai, down 7k.
But the result remains the same.
I know, it's just they almost pulled it back. Almost.
You know what almost does? It competes in every single race, Moff, but it never wins any.
It never wins. But after that, it's 3-1 for Hit and Run. And I said, I think that we can need to pull out a lead on those first 2 maps to stand a chance here, and they have not managed to do that.
I mean, they're leading from the back. If you flip the if you flip the scores, you know.
If you flip the scores, yeah. I don't think they're going to be able to turn this one around because the next 2 maps coming up looking pretty bad for them in the seasonal win rate. Pilsen and Muravanka. Hit and Run could close it out just on the next map.
Possible, Moff. Possible. I feel like this last Himmels round is like a little bit of a change-up, which I think you would see Mafia do as well against Weekend. It's like this slower, more heavy. You know, more fast usually gets kind of countered by more heavy. You know, like when there's too much HP at some point, you cannot go through it. Which I guess this game showed, because even with Weekend bringing it back so close, it's just too much HP and too much armor.
Yeah, the early read and the positioning from Hit and Run and the type of tanks they brought, they just give themselves all the advantage in the beginning. And even though, I mean, you can see why Weekend love to just keep running this strat, because even down 7k, they almost bring it back, but it's just not quite enough.
Now, Pilsen is a worrying map, right? It is really hard to play aggressive, and even if you catch something off guard, like we saw Mafia do against Hit and Run, you can still run yourself into the wall head first.
Yeah, because there's a lot of distance for your opponent to break, right? And Hit and Run, like, based on what we saw in the last one, you'd think more of the same, just the same playstyle on a different map. Oh my god, Weekend, they are mixing it up a lot here. This is highly unusual.
I mean, let's be real, I kind of played a lot of Gorilla at some point.
Yeah, back in the Solyanka days, and then for Darkside as well. He is a Gorilla player, as well as the hybrid with the Inspire ability tank, but this definitely is like some, I don't know, Season 1 vibes with 3 bat chats. Like, we haven't seen that many bat chats for many matches.
So, towards the fields, I was watching the plane. Didn't hit many, but now both teams with a Gorilla. I don't remember the last time we saw both teams with a Gorilla.
It was more popular at one point.
So Yankee maybe at some point, I guess.
Yeah. Back in Season 1, and the Gorilla does connect already, firing a shot in towards Clownzig, connecting the 1k alpha. So now Weekend, at the expense of 1,000 hit points, they do gain the information.
Look at this though, the triple bat sneaking down 0 line.
This timing could be amazing.
If they, look, triple bat against double BZ. BZs cannot kill bats. If they get in a position where, if they get behind enemy lines, I mean, Ketsai
is spotting the cross though.
Is he spotting the gap though?
Yeah, he is. He does spot the gap from there, like 100%. Radar tower now being taken, and Ketsai dies. Ketsai peeks out. He gets clapped by the Gorilla and all the guns from Weekend. This is perfect, and now the trap has been sprung. They're going to peek on towards Panseri. All the bat chats starting to clip out.
They're starting to clip out, but they're not able to find the kill though. But they do a lot of damage. Hellrap and Sunshine are moving in. It's perfect picture timing from Weekend. Radio tower into plane, into Gorilla, into explosion of Ketsai. And these bad shots now just reloading. Hellrap with his Forge B starting to peek out. He is...
Oh no, he's gone.
Dead?
An HE connection. The Type 5 snipes him from all the way onto the other side of the map. It's Tsek again with another colossal HE pen from the Type 5, and Hellrap, he thought he was safe. He thought, I can just trade with these BZs and get my clip out, but they just throw a tank back.
Pressure, I guess. Has to be the pressure at this point.
Yeah, Hellrap making a solo play. No one was ready to go with him.
Unforced error, right?
Yeah, now Tsek is going to drive in towards that middle strike. He should not be allowed to capture this because Sunshine is still present here on the coal piles and should promptly peek up in his RHM in order to try and reset this one.
And he does reset it, as you said. And now the worrying part is this bad shot, D1.
Oh, he's going for the E1 strike. He thinks he's got a timing, but
yeah, he doesn't.
I'm not so sure. The Foch Bs and the T-57s, now the strike is being collected, so they know that Trash Panda's here. They know that he is in this position, and you can see the Foch B at Barbarian. He is definitely licking his lips right now. He's going to be like a shark in the water hunting down that Batchat.
It's more than that. Trash Panda now starting to retreat.
Oh, he's going inside.
Tsek is on one angle though, and Franek on the other. Tsek misses. Franek hits to 2 out of potential 3. The Barbarian is coming though. He misses on the first as well. Chasing down Trash Panda, who will go despotted and fade in a second. But even that is not going to be enough. The distance to cover is too far. But they know that there's 3 tanks there. They have to move into the field. And that amount of strike damage. Oh my Jesus. That is a lot of damage coming out with those strikes on towards that double BZ. It hurts. They're both dead for this. They hug each other. And they'll be hugging each other in the afterlife as well.
Yeah, they almost didn't need to kill them with their guns there, as Trash Panda, he's run out of road here. He cannot run away any further, and Monster is very much the same story. Sunshine should be able to just find this kill easily. The only question is, IZ actually comes from the back, and they do manage to find that kill, and the HP is relatively close here, and Kano's being caught in his griller as well. It's all just kicking off. The chaos in the open. Franek has run out of shells here, so Kano will be allowed to stay alive. He doesn't have an engine, but he can still tuck into safety here. T-Sex looking for an angle in that Type 5. Perhaps he's going to get it. No, he doesn't have the angle. Barbarian is forced to continue pushing here. Kano has enough time here to get off another reload, and Barbarian heavily punished as he crosses to try and finish off this griller.
It's really very much back into the control of Weekend, I would say. Barbarian's going to peek this anyway. Kano is ready and holding and shoots it and scores, and Barbarian peeks. Ooh, there's a non-connection there. So he will find the Grilla, but will swiftly die after. Now, Moff, question to be asked. I know that the double BZ is committed on the field, right? Like, I understand this. But why is the Grilla still at H8 on the H7, H8 when they sending 3 tanks to fight T1?
Well, perhaps they considered that Weekend were making a full rotation of their own.
And the Grilla definitely shouldn't be an H8.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, but perhaps he thought he could stay there to crossfire. Either way, he does get caught, and there's nothing left for T-Sec in this one. I mean, he's hit some monster HE shells in his Type 5 Heavy, also missed some.
You made a good point, though, and I think that's, in this scenario, Barbarian should not cut inside.
Yeah, because Trash Panda, if he doubles back,
he dies to the Type 5.
He dies to the Type 5.
In the 57. Yeah. Yes, he should not go inside. He should always be... okay, so let me put this theoretical idea in front of you, right? Barbarian doesn't drive outside, right? Inside. He drives outside. Yes? Mm-hmm. As a result of this, the bat shot explodes. Like, he just dies, right? I think the Type missed him as well. But let's say, you know, he dies, which he should. He just explodes. Weekend pushes the field, right? They force the double strike immediately because it's the right thing to do. A hit and runs on the cap. Who resets? Yeah.
I mean, it's a very...
It's just a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical, but it's not a far-fetched hypothetical, though.
No, and there's always things that you can do, improve on within a round. As Franek is finally picked up by the bat shots, the highly unorthodox lineup, triple bat. It pays dividends, and it works out to perfection. I think if we watch that back, Ketsai, he died off screen, but there's a couple of things going on there with the timing. I think it was Hellrap in the Foch B who started to collect the radar tower.
Yes, correct.
And then Sunshine used the plane on the balcony at the exact same time. So Ketsai, he tries to peek out to reset the radar tower, and then just gets absolutely slapped in the face by the Grilla and the Type and everyone.
It's like a 1 second, right? So Hellrap touches the radio, Sunshine doesn't immediately planes are roughly the same time Ketsai would. Ketsai spots, starts speaking, and then instantly dies. The hypotheticals of a hit and run capping, by the way, if Hellrap doesn't just like make a, I don't know what he does there, like a, you know, like a processor overload, you know, his RAM froze or something, you know, then none of this matters. There's no recovery from a hit and run after the Foch B, if the Foch B doesn't do what he does, you know?
Yeah, the gift from Hellrap, it kind of opened the door just a smidge for hit and run to maybe clutch it, but they didn't do enough work to salvage it. And I tell you who did do work in that round, it's Kano. The Grill 15 comes out and does 7.5.
Opened the door a little bit, by the way. It's like Hodor wasn't even there.
Yeah, he definitely blew the door off, just like T-Sec blew him up with the HE pen.
Yeah, but there's such an unforced error from Hellrap. You know, it's you want to get involved, but it's like you killed the IHM. You can they could literally sit on the field for the next 8 minutes, right? Because Hit and Run doesn't have a light, they cannot clear 0 line.
Yeah, and the double BZ
Is
are
stuck.
trapped as well. They can't go anywhere. So there's no urgency to kill them immediately.
You can just strike them for 5 minutes if that's the name of the game. Hit and Run will have to do something.
They did end up striking them, and you saw how much damage it did.
That is, oof. Brother, ew. If you're a BZ there, you're not happy. But 3-2 MOF. We said Pilsen was going to be a hard map for weekend, but they come in with a total surprise, a little switcheroo from downtown, switching up the strategy, something unexpected. But we said it, I mean, kind of has played a lot of Gorilla in the past.
Yeah, and this is what weekend need, right? They need to surprise Hit and Run with a strat like this, and I guess that's why they picked into Pilsen. They were the ones that picked this map, and for good reason.
Can they surprise twice, though?
It remains to be seen, but it does look like they're going to run it back once more with Kano in the Grill 15, and surely if he can replicate any kind of performance from the last round, then Weekend will be in a very, very happy place. Hit and Run going with IS-7, triple Type 5, triple Foch B.
In return, triple Foch B as well, double 430U, a Gorilla, and an IHM.
It's a really wide array of different tanks being brought here. 430U's coming back into the meta. It was popular at one time, going like fast towards the cap circles on certain maps because of the hold down capabilities. But it's fallen out of fashion since the E50M buffs. But still, Weekend, they bring it again.
This time, though, they're facing off against a team without a light.
Ketsai is essentially the light tank in this game for Hit and Run. In that IS-7, he's going to try and try the best he can to anchor this position. At some point, Monster needs to be careful though. That plane is used by Sunshine on the balcony, and Monster is spotted, but does Kano have an angle? It looks like no. So good understanding from Monster, good awareness. Doesn't peek out. He's not exposed enough to get shot.
Franek going onto the cab, DJ Cross in the middle, Moff. Striking E1 being taken as well. Oh, T6 does get reset, of course. Sunshine gets a plane out of this. Important factor. He gets the plane, he puts it. Monster, is he safe? He's not safe this time from the 0 line. Kano does not use his ability for this though. That's an important factor. He doesn't use it, he doesn't waste it, right?
I think it's because he used it once already, and he did not have ability charge, so he's just saving it up for the next round of shooting. But I mean, Hit and Run should now be aware that there is a Grill 15 in play, but I mean, look at the Foch B in middle. He's just getting crunched. He's getting peeked upon from multiple angles by 3 Type 5 heavies and Evil. He does have the heal ability, and he's got a full clip, but that's not enough to kill DJ.
There is some support coming in from the Foch B from H3 though. He's clipping out fully on towards this as well. DJ has... Ooh, he bounces one. That could be an important... Evil bounces one as well. Those 2 shots more is the difference between DJ dying and surviving. Actually, one of those is the difference between him dying and surviving. He stays alive because of the double bounce. Evil lock now popping the ability. Will heal most of this back, but Franek's like, what's up, fellas? T-Sec though, look at that, 1035. I know where that damage came from. It's from the Gorilla on the back. DJ will find the kill, and they will start healing each other, but it was a very costly one nonetheless.
It was costly, but it could have been so much more for Weekend, really. I mean, Evil might not have even died if he actually managed to kill the Type 5, because they wouldn't have had the DPM to get him before he managed to reload another clip and start firing off again. But as it is, he is down and out, and here we go with The double Foch B from Hit and Run pushing down the zero line. The timing from IZ is terrible as he exposes himself into the open, and Monster and Panseri cannot believe their luck. They have found a lone Foch B isolated with his side presented, and he gets deleted immediately.
It's a really good crunch here from Hit and Run. They push through the middle. They use those Type 5s, exactly what they're meant to do, to take the punish, to take the information, and to get figuring out what's happening. The Gorilla cannot be everywhere at the same time, but he's back on the balcony. He lets one go. I think he connected as well, but it's not looking good for him. Nonetheless, Barbarian in that Foch B. He makes short work of Trash Panda, and Clownzik now surrounded. There's Foch Bs everywhere in front of him. He does have DPM, but can the Gorilla actually change the tide of this battle? This is the big question. Monster now driving through in that Foch B on towards Kano, who's going to be holding that balcony. He doesn't have much left. He has 3 tanks to keep spotting for him. Barbarian, Panda Fury, and Ketside, none of them wants to move against Clownzik because they know the Gorilla. Monster's pushing up though. He finds Kano, who's running away. But what is Kano running into with the Gorilla? There's something looming and waiting on the other angle, and I know what it is. It's a big old Japanese heavy. It's a Type 5, and there it goes. Kano 3-tapped. Runner coming in with the Type, and I think Tisek as well with another HE shell. The Gorilla nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and it's going to be a show from Hit and Run. What a beautiful strategy, crunching from numerous angles. Then the pincer back on towards the field, finding so much success.
Yeah, some tiki-taka all across the map there. And Weekend did not know what was happening, and you can tell that because IZ was about to peek in the middle of the open. He had absolutely no idea where the Foch Bs were, or maybe he didn't even know there were Foch Bs in play because they were probably unspotted for the majority of the battle. There was no radar tower collected at any point here, but still there was possible potential here for Weekend if just some of the trades went a bit earlier in their favor. I like the idea. It almost managed to give them some sort of potential in this battle, but Hit and Run really showing their class.
It was a beautiful strategy for them, and it gets rewarded. It gets rewarded with something very big. Match point.
Yep, and trading the last 2 maps out 1-to-1, like, you know, it's a good place to be. You got those match points.
Oh, no. And winning the next round, Moff, making it 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, I did know it was going to be 5-2. I just had to go in a different direction. So, what do you mean? It was on the stream, broadcast live. I know what I was thinking, and I was right with that thinking. But I have to gamble, and you know. You know what's the they're gonna run it back.
There is this one bounce from Hellrap and this one bounce from Evil, and to be honest, Evil survives so much longer if DJ dies there because it's just Franek peeking, and Franek needs to peek into the ability of Evil, which means that he is going to take 3 shots to kill him. Now they were able to double peek, and it almost barely beat Hellrap's reload. So you can just see how much a bounce there makes a difference, because imagine it this way, you know, if DJ dies and then Franek needs to peek and Hellrap comes off of reload, they're not going to kill that Foch B trading very positively.
No, you're right, and like, even though that round in the end looks dominant from Hit and Run, if that particular trade goes in Weekend's favor, then maybe they have a way back into the round, especially because Hit and Run, you know, they're playing without a light. Sunshine was there right up until the very end, and the longer the game gets stalled out for, normally the better it is for the team that's playing with a light and Grilla combo.
Iset's position is the interesting one, though.
Yeah, you would question why he was so committed.
Yeah, it doesn't make too much sense to me. He felt so alone. And for Weekend, the thing is, you know, you have not just a Grilla, you also have a light.
Yeah, which means you need to be more careful with all of your pieces. You can't really afford to throw away one of your combat tanks in such a fashion. But like, it just goes to show they really did have no idea the double Foch B on 0 line was coming. And now Hit and Run going on towards Miravanka. They have a great chance to close this one out 5-2 before things get messy.
Morvanka, you said Weekend has a really bad win ratio on it.
They have a 0% win rate after 4 games.
I was trying to be nice about it, you know?
Yeah. But Hit and Run, to be fair, they've also only played it twice with a 50% win rate, so they've only won 1 battle on the map. So don't really know what to expect from both of these teams.
Five to 2 is a possibility, Muff. But
And it's looking ever more likely now.
can they do it? Weekend again tapping into a different barrel. Batchat, AX, Concept 5, Double CS, STRV, and an RHM.
They're going wild. I love it. Hit and Run going with a way more traditional triple BZ, double E50, 140 plus RHM. And I think we can know, like, their days are numbered, and they are going to be losing this match if they don't throw some sort of curveball in here to try and throw Hit and Run off, try and get the jump, get some surprise gameplay going on. STRV plus Concept 5, we've got triple mini strike tank, plus an Inspire, plus a Batchat. They have no armor whatsoever.
Hit and Run in return, though, have a really brawly lineup. And where are they taking this lineup to brawl them off?
They are going straight into that Magic Forest, and I say it depends whether Hit and Run can figure out some of these positions. And they're actually still committing. Weekend, they need to take more defensive crossfire relating positions, because this could be an absolute bloodbath for them. They are not aware that everyone from Hit and Run is here, and they are about to get jumped.
They're about to get stomped even. Barbarian, Panzer Fury, Franek, DJ, Cat's IT Sec. It's only Monster that is not there. They smell blood in the water. They see CS63s and they're going for it up and over. This is grand finals material right here. If they win this, Hellrap running, but he cannot hide. He will not make it away either. And I think Hit and Run have found everything they needed. They find the Hurricane, the SCRV on the run. We can try to retreat, but it's little too late to retreat. They know that it's coming and it's rolling like a train. Hit and Run say we go to the magical forest to do some magic with our heavy lineup, and it's not pretty for Weekend, but it's beautiful for Hit and Run. It's going to hurt a lot for Weekend to lose out like this, but it was never written in the stars. This opening from Hit and Run was always going to do this, and in less than 2 minutes, look at the HP on the Hit and Run lineup. There's 7 tanks left alive, and it feels like most of them didn't even get shot at.
Yeah, Weekend, they just got completely read, completely countered by Hit and Run in this game, and there's literally nothing that you can do at that point. The only way that they have an opportunity to save this is if they're in defensive crossfires, but they were committed with everyone. They didn't have a clue what was happening. I don't know how Hit and Run reads that so perfectly. That's almost like borderline stream snipe accusations with how perfectly that goes. They literally just push straight towards them.
Yeah, and Sunshine doesn't use his plane in the beginning. He saves it for like a radio tower, and that also means you have no info. The first info comes when they spot E50Ms barreling down the forest and BZs right behind them. And when you're in a CS63, you're like, oh.
Yeah, you do not match up well against an E50M in a heads-up brawl at point-blank range. I think there was a lot of ramming damage going on there as well for those E50Ms, and it just is what it is, right? We can never sit a chance, and they thought they were cooking, but they got completely smoked in return, and it's a horrible way for your tournament run to come to an end, but this team, they're newly formed coming into this season of OLS. They made it all the way to the playoffs, even knocked out their fellow Ukrainians in cashback, and I think that deserves some round of applause, at least for that.
All things considered, it's still a very strong run from Weekend. Like the last round, yeah, it sucks. I mean, there's no other ways to describe it. For them, it's just like, okay, well, that was tough. But they still made it from OCS, no matter what. They still kept the core of that team in it. They made it through the regular season and the top 4 before a team like W, and beat Cashback in the playoffs. I don't think that's anything short of impressive, nonetheless.
Yeah, and on reflection, if you ask them what their goals were before the season has started, of course, everyone wants to win, everyone wants to be the champion, but you know, if you're being realistic, it's been a very, very impressive run from that team, but just a little bit more than they could manage up against the juggernauts that are Hit and Run. And we will indeed get a rematch between Mafia and Hit and Run.
What else than a rematch? The two currently best teams, they were head-to-head throughout the entire regular season as well. It was a tiebreaker match that decided there who was going to edge themselves ahead of it. For all we know, it could have been Mafia with the best season that we've seen so far. Did they lose one or two? They lost 2 matches, right?
I do not have that information to hand right now, but I know, you know, Hit and Run's record-winning season, it was an 11-1 record, 35 points.
Okay, it wouldn't have been that. I just looked it up. But still, like, Mafia could have been first. Tiebreaker decided there. This first time it was 5-3, Moff. I'm going to put you on the spot again. What do you think will be the result later on?
5-4 Hit and Run. I'll just go for it.
But are you locking that in this time?
Yeah.
All right, so Moff locks in the 5.
Well, it's because I know you're going to go opposite.
No, it's not true. I already am voting for Mafia either way because of my bundle. So either way, we've had the decision who's going to make it to the finals. It's going to be Mafia. But before we have the OLS Grand Final, we have the OLF Grand Final, which is going to be between Dopamine and Burbology, but it's going to be right after some replays.
got nothing to say. Let's roll.
Well, hello there and welcome back to the grand finals of the Onslaught Legends finals. So this means we find ourselves on the North American server and two teams are going to be facing off. We saw them yesterday already. It's going to be Burbology against Dopamine.
Yeah, it's a rematch of that upper bracket grand final. And that time, Burbology, well, to our surprise at least, maybe not to them, they took the victory 5-2, actually, in quite a convincing fashion. And then yesterday we watched Dopamine. They bounced back through that lower bracket final, managed to take down Stacked once more in a 5-3. Second time they managed to do that. And just like Hit and Run we'll be doing later on today, they managed to find themselves back up against the same opponent.
Exactly, so the winner of this match is not only going to be crowning themselves the OLF champions for the Season 4, they're also going to take home the lion's share of the prize pool. $8,000, that's more than half, together with gold and bonds. So there is actually quite some value attached to it. But I think we also have to talk about the fact, Moff, that the team from North America that's going to China in less than 2 weeks, Stacked, actually didn't even make it here. It is instead Burbology and Dopamine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to really criticize them too much because they'll be licking their wounds as they prepare for WCI. But it is, it is definitely a bit of an upset. Like, team that we probably thought was maybe the best team that North America has to offer, just down and out and having nothing further to say in this tournament. Chase once more in the middle with his Technicolor Dreamcoat there. Even got the Jesus hair to go with it.
Exactly, and here you can see Dopamine, and at least if PM is anything to go by, they're all smiles, just like their logo. Now, between both of those teams, of course, it is kind of a rematch of the upper bracket final, and there, Burbology, once again, surprising to a lot of us, took the victory. As we see the lineups here, Burbology now slightly favored after going into this through the upper bracket, and as this is our first grand finals here today on the stream, we of course have to talk a little bit about the fact as well that the pick and ban structure is going to favor them. First of all, those statistics, muscles against hockey, both of them have been showing up for their team.
Yeah, the win rate is not really something to pay too much attention to because that's basically just your team's win rate, so muscles firmly winning, at least in that regard. But hockey comes back with the pen rate and the damage, which is pretty good. And the pen rate, his main tank being a BZ-75, that's not the easiest tank to connect all your shots in, so some very good stats there.
Absolutely. So both of them showing up for the team when it exactly needs them. Talking about the damage department here, and here's now the aforementioned structure of the pick and ban for best of 11. And because Burbology, if they lose this, are not going to have a second chance, a second tournament life like all the other teams in the upper bracket, they do actually get the advantage here with the first ban and the first pick. So, yeah, they are definitely sure to not to play Himmelsdorf, and they can pick Muravanka before Dopamine can ban it. That is, of course, a slight advantage, but in past Grand Finals, Moff, we have seen that that pick can also blow up right in your face.
Yeah, that pick can turn into a disadvantage real quick, but not. You don't want to be placing too much emphasis and too much of your hopes and dreams on one map because it's the grand final, right? It's a best of 11. It's still not quite matching up to the best of 13s that they like to play on the Chinese server just over and over and over again. But best of 11 is still a very long format, and you can see because it's best of 11, we have way more map picks than we do have bans because we almost run out of maps to play.
Exactly. So the second map that we are going to be seeing is Ensk. So that is something Dopamine definitely wanted to play. They opted out of Sand River. Then we're going to be Siegfried Line, seeing Siegfried Line actually. And after that, it might all be over because best of 11, that means first to 6. But I don't think we're going to be seeing a clean sweep here. So Cliff after that on the cards. Westfield going to be very interesting, possibly. What are your thoughts about the maps?
I can't say I have too much because there's so little information to go on with the NA teams. They don't get to play a full regular season like the guys on EU do, and we can see the predictions.
Ooh.
We definitely all think it's going to be close, but Keyhand is the outlier. Liked what he saw yesterday and backing Burbology.
Yeah, definitely. And, I mean, Daki, of course, has a lot of insights into the North American server. He does play on there quite frequently. He does sometimes even play with some of the players in the teams. But, yeah, I have to say, I was positively surprised by Burbology throughout the entire tournament. So, let's see what they can deliver. Also, community predictions on my side as well. Although sometimes the Swarm can not be so intelligent. That has to be said too.
Yeah, sometimes the flock is easily swayed by the evidence that's presented in front of them. And I decided to stick with Dopamine. I think that the experience that they had in the lower bracket up against Stacked, they're not going to be surprised by Burbology. I mean, they shouldn't have been surprised anyway, but I think they're going to come back in a big way. I still think it's going to be close though, 6-4.
Let's see. I mean, of course, longer matches mean more rounds to spectate for us, so I'm all for that, just so that we'll all be able to watch and comment and see the best that North America currently has to offer. Muravanka to start it on. I mean, we just saw Muravanka being played in between Weekend and Hit, but especially that last round was kind of a non-starter. It was just, you know, lost by opening for Weekend there.
Yeah, and sometimes that unfortunately happens. I still think it's just such an amazing read by Hit and Run. It is like they actually knew exactly where Weekend were going with all of their tanks, which I just found that to be just amazing, really. That it literally could not have gone more perfectly for them, just short of ammo-racking everyone from full HP.
Now, you want to keep that kind of luck for the finals, actually, where, of course, Hit are going to be facing off against Mafia. But enough about the European server for now, because we are about to go into the grand finals of North America. Dopamine facing off against Burbology, and Dopamine leaning heavily into those Chinese heavy tanks. BZ-75s, 3 of them, together with an E50M, a 140, a Bliska, and Ferret, the team captain himself, there to show up in the RHM.
Burbology, meanwhile, going with double BZ, an E5, E50M, K91, 140, and Draps is back. Draps is back in the lineup, and he's playing the RHM.
Yeah, yesterday, the lineup looked a little bit different, but today, Draps being shuffled back into it for Burbology. Is he going to bring them luck or not, is the question, because they did end up winning those upper bracket finals. Let's see, opening-wise, Dopamine heavily oriented towards the 1 and 2 line, but the same can kind of be said for Burbology, even though they do split off their mediums together with the E5 in towards the middle of the map. Hockey in that Bliskowitz hovering around the info tower here, but doesn't want to go into it right now as Gator gets spotted.
Gator does get spotted in his E5, crossing through the open, already takes one shot from a BZ, but the damage in return is pretty good from Burbology. Back on towards the BZ's. Draps will not get caught in his RHM. He gets the information in just the nick of time before he was about to get pounced upon by Chopper Misha in that E50M. The plane comes in on towards Mitsuha, though, in the 140. Mitsuha getting crossfired from the middle of the map, will not be allowed to take that strike, and that means that Ferret has a replane available, so can light him up once more and be able to put in some more shots.
Good shot there into Chopper by, I believe, Chase in that K91, but one thing that cannot be underestimated and forgotten is the cap here, actually. As a strike goes down, it is a baby strike, but it hits home on towards PM and Spirit. The damage kind of negligible, but the cap has been reset. So time to breathe for Burbology for now, that are trying to play this outside and control game, that are just trying to nick at the heels of Dopamine, who are firmly committed in towards the west, with only the RHM of Ferret being split off. But he is, of course, playing an extremely dangerous game here.
Yeah, but look at the damage taken on the 140. Mitsuha doesn't know which way to run because he knows that to his right in that magic forest is Ferret, and Ferret finds the kill. The 140 goes down. basically for free. That's a disaster for Bubology. It's the worst tank for you to lose for free, apart from maybe the light tank of Draps, and 10 seconds left on the cap. There is a strike available from Gator, who picked it up in the middle of the map. And Draps, I'm not really sure why he's peeking out there, given that they know exactly where they are sitting on that cap circle. And now Dady, compromised by the fact that the 140 is dead, feels like he needs to run away because Ferret has free shots on him, has great angles on towards him.
Yeah, Ferret is going to be playing as an absolute libero at this point in time. He just has free reign because he knows the enemy RHM is on the other side of the map. Gator, of course, also exposed. The position has been compromised as well, has to back up behind the church as Ferret gets spotted here, takes 800, but at this point in time it doesn't really matter. Still, Draps is going to take a lot of time to rotate over. He does have the HP advantage now, but Cap is still ongoing. The mini strike gets used, but it doesn't hit home this time. So all of a sudden the pressure is on. A shot into Spirit, though, manages to reset it once again down to 20 seconds as Dady takes a big one, but Muscles to the grave. 2 unanswered kills for Dopamine.
Yeah, Muscles under just too much pressure there, forced to peek in the open to try and get continual resets, and that really is the problem for Bubology right now. They don't have a reliable way of consistently resetting the cap, and that's just forcing them to make more and more mistakes as they drive into the open. 3 seconds left on the cap here. I don't think anyone's going to get a reset in time as they find another kill on Gator in that E5, and it is their undoing. The base capture does go through.
And Dopamine go into those upper bracket, or rather grand finals, through the lower bracket, and they get the first point on the board. But of course, best of 11 is an absolute marathon of a matchup. I don't think we've even had a bigger best of on the European or North American servers, at least in recent history. And this is also going to mean that for Bubology, I mean, they kind of went into this matchup here, and, you know, they maybe thought they were favored, but it's turning out not to be the case. Of course, damage numbers across the board are not going to be the greatest here, just because it went through and not many tanks have died. But I think Dopamine, with this control play that they were employing, were absolutely able to pull the teeth out of Herbology, at least for this round.
Yeah, and I don't want to be too critical too early on here, but we mentioned Draps. He's come back into the lineup for Bubology. He is their primary light tank player, and I just cannot understand why he didn't have more of a presence in the Magic Forest in this game, because his 140 of Masua, he needed him. He needed him to cover so that he could be protected from Ferret, who was just harassing both him and Dady in the E50M, and like that ultimately is their undoing. They can't play for the outside strike. They don't have consistent ways to reset the cap, and like Draps essentially in that game is almost AFK.
Yeah. I mean, this simple oversight, I think, in the tactic of Bubology, it was perfectly exploited by Dopamine here, who recognized, oh, the RHM is actually on this side. This should, in theory, mean that our RHM can, you know, just take the entirety of the map, take that Magic Forest, and I mean the fact as well that the planes by Ferret were perfectly placed on towards the 140, and then damage was consistently done, which meant he got the replay. And like, I think as soon as Mitsua takes the first shot of damage there, he should realize that, hey, it's time to bail. My RGM is not here to cover the forest, so I need to be leaving.
Well, he actually took initial damage and then went onto the outside, because he thought that would be a better location to protect himself from. So he didn't know about the light. Ferret saved the plane at the start of the round.
Yeah, but like when he started taking the artillery strike, that is when Ferret actually started planing him, and then of course he gets the notification. So then he takes the first damage, and he must realize it's time. Hey, it's hella time. I need to get out of here. All right, the second round of Moravanka is just about on us, and if the first round is anything to go by, this is going to mean that, once again, Dopamine should take map control, but Herbology are going to try and do everything in their power to get one back, because, well, so far, this has not been the Herbology that we have seen yesterday. Dopamine coming into this one with double BZ75, a singular E50M, double K91, a 140, an RHM double BZ, and then for Babology, double BZ75 and E50 MK91 140, and a Hori of all things together with an RHM.
Yeah, the Hori is an interesting choice for sure. Not too sure what's going on there. We know that Cashback like to play a lot in the EU server on this map and on Siegfried Line as well, and you know, it's not, the fear factor from it is not quite as much as the Gorilla with the alpha increase ability, but Muscle's hoping to be putting in some consistent firepower to support the rest of his team.
The important thing is that Draps did not see anyone on the opposing team with the RHM, while Ferret only spotted 2. And this means that both of them are not going to be getting the replane, although the plane has, or sorry, the info tower has been taken by both teams, so both of them now playing with full information, and of course the push by Dopamine is in full effect in the Magic Forest. Once again, focus on those 8, 9 and 0 lines on the minimap, but Babology, they did see that as well. They're going to be backing off with the RHM and with, I believe, the E50M of Dede as well. Another info tower taken by Mitsuya now. He knew he could do this because there was no one close. And even Octobear has boosted in towards the artillery strike that is located in the middle of the map. So neutral objective-wise, Babology well and truly ahead at this point in time. Can they convert it into an advantage is the question.
Yeah, the timing is critical here. Babology, I was worried that Draps wasn't running away because they of course used that radar tower from Mitsuya, so they knew that the 9-0 line was being pushed, so I was a bit worried that they weren't running away. Quite on time here, Draps, just trying to figure out what he wants to do. Does he want to go into a bush? He's got Inspire active, which means that's going to boost his camera rating as well. And the triple cap is on. Triple cap is on for Babology. There's a strike being taken in the middle by Melly in the K91, and at the moment Babology don't really have a way to deny that.
No, the K91 turret would also be enough to alleviate it, but the strike actually goes down to deny it. An HE reset, but I don't think Melly will be able to take the Ati strike in time here. Remember, it also takes some time to set it down on the ground here. 1 second and make that 0. And for Babology, they see what Dopamine were doing in game number 1, and they are like, well, you can do that. We certainly can as well. We're going to end up with 2 rounds back-to-back captured on Moravanka.
Impressive stuff for sure. I mean, the fact that it's everyone's alive, there's no one dead. You would think that Dopamine would be a little bit more concerned with trying to get someone close to reset the cap, even if it means throwing an entire tank away, but I don't know, it's crazy there, the reset that goes in on towards Melly as well in order to not collect that strike. Muscles, as mentioned, the Hori could put in some big shots, and he does come top damage for his team, but the damage wasn't really much of a consideration here.
I think the damage in this round was more of an emotional nature for the team of Dopamine, because, well, they're not going to be doing themselves any favors with this one. Not only do they lose the round, but at least for 4 players, if not 7 of them, yeah, the DPG in the OLF for this season is not going to go up this round.
Yeah, it's definitely on a downward trend, unfortunately, for basically everyone involved there, especially poor Blur, normally doing high damage all the time in that Inspire tank, but ends up doing 0. And, I mean, we can already scrub off the first map of Muravanka picked by Babology. Both teams should be reasonably happy with trading out the first map 1-1. I think Babology a bit more disappointed.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, can they actually be reasonably happy? I think for Dopamine it's okay, because they split the map that Babology basically picked through going through the upper bracket advantage. They split it 1-1. Like, normally, if you pick a map like this, you want to win it 2-0. But they haven't been able to. And this means now we're going to go into the maps that Dopamine more likely wants to play, because, you know, if you're picking something early in such a match here, it normally means that, you know, you want to get points on the board, you want to set the mood for the match, you maybe want to get some momentum going. Babology has failed to do that on Moravanka, and this means that now it would normally be up to Dopamine to go 1-up in the game.
Well, it's both of their map picks up next, right? They've got 2 of their own maps that they want to play So, I mean, if everything went in their favor, they could pick up 4 rounds here and already be up 5-1.
And that would be match point. But, of course, that is all theory. Let's get down to some practice. And that one's going to happen on the streets of Ensk. The close corners are going to be the battleground for the coming round. Having seen the matches yesterday, what do you expect from both of those teams now?
Less Type 5s, I'd imagine. It did not work for Stacked yesterday. They had a lot of HP, but they ended up getting farmed.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. I mean, we did already see some quite ingenious things from the North American teams yesterday on Siegfried Line. The Jagdpanzer E100 comes to mind. I wouldn't mind actually seeing another one, was what I was about to say. First of all, though, the dopamine lineup, because it looks kind of final. Double Type 5, a 140, a Foch B, and triple E4.
Dreams do come true, and Burbology, they deliver on the promise, and they bring out the Jagdpanzer E100 once more. And I said, Ensk is probably the more likely map that you would see one on. We saw Dopamine bring it yesterday on Siegfried Line. But Burbology, again, I pointed it out earlier, they don't like playing the Type 5 heavies. They much prefer the German super heavies. That's why they're bringing double mouse.
Well, and some people might be asking, well, why is Chase picking a Jagdpanzer? We are not seeing it in a lot of those games. Well, the answer is 420. That is the number of average penetration that the heat shell on this tank has. It doesn't really care about any kind of armor in the game. And of course, 1050 alpha to boot. First of all, though, October is going to boost into the cap here, going to start it up. A little bit of pressure on towards Dopamine, although I don't think they're expecting to win the game with this. It's more like a, you want to tickle Dopamine, and Spirit's actually getting more than tickled here, taking a lot of damage to the face, although Burbology, once again in the neutral objective department, is going to pick up Strike and Info Tower in the city with both of those Foch Bs. And that reveals, of course, a lot of the positions, although, well, they're not capitalizing too heavy on it yet. And the thing is, Dopamine are playing kind of blind here. They have not taken the Info Tower.
No, they haven't, and now that might be costly for them because Chopper Misha is kind of isolated. Mitsuha is not grouped up with Muscles, though, so at the moment Muscles is just in a 1 versus 1 and needs to be careful as well because he can get shot in the back by the 140, sniping down the rails. Blur doing a good job of trying to shoot there, and Chopper is actually trading decently well. Can he get the kill on Muscles? Yes, he can. So even if he goes down, he's traded it out.
Yeah, and the problem here for Dopamine is actually that the Foch B is going to die regardless, and this is going to open up the possibility for Mitsuha to keep that Inspire going. Chopper Misha activating the ability is going to give even more damage into that 140 while he's reloading. All the while, though, Dopamine re-pushing with that double Type 5 heavy. It's Millie and PM together with Hockey, ganging up on Gator here. Spirit from the sidelines, lobbing in another shell. The mouse is down and out, together with the Foch B of Dady. So it's 4 tanks, make that 5 down in total. But 4 of those were actually wearing the Burbology jersey. And this means the 140 is now in the 1v1. Blur, with a little bit of help, does shut it down. So Dopamine on their map pick of Ensk are going to secure their point number 2.
Yeah, this is a very strong round. And you mentioned they were playing blind without info, but it doesn't matter if you've got information if you don't use it wisely. And Burbology, they seem to kind of run into a brick wall there, as Dopamine have all the answers.
Absolutely, and I don't think Chase is going to be reloading another shot here. Yes, he bounces one, but Melee to shut it down. So Dopamine go down in the first round, but the second two actually, firmly theirs here. And, well, yeah, I mean, there is a lot to criticize here for Burbology because they were the ones with the info. They decide to make the move, and then they end up looking kind of foolish.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Muscles, I think it's a bit of a misplay there to get caught by the 140. He's like face-hugging in front of Chopper while getting shot in the back, and the communication between the pair of them needs to be much better. And realize, but I mean, they had the radar tower, right? So they knew the Foch B was there. They shouldn't have been surprised, and they should have grouped up more in order to focus out that kill. But I think that's far from the biggest problem that Burbology have going on in that round. I mean, it's definitely not Chase's fault. He did 5.3 in the Jagdpanzer.
Yeah, and to be honest, I really like the decision-making by Blur as well this match here. You can see he's at 4,003 kills, and kills in the 140 is always something nice to have, because this means you're not wasting a lot of the alpha that the high alpha tanks actually have against one-shots, right? And the 4,000 would indicate as well that he continuously was in the game here for his team and continuously inspiring as well. And then finding the 1v1 isolation against the 140 to shut his counterpart in the opposing team down as well. So Blur, I mean, the DPG in the Muro rounds probably not the best, but certainly showing up on Ensk.
Yeah, doing the job of that Inspire vehicle very nicely. And Dopamine, as expected. Should we really be surprised that they take the first round on Ensk? It'll be interesting to see whether Burbology can clap back with one of their own, because, you know, if you go down 3-1, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but then we're going to go on to another one of Dopamine's maps.
Yeah. I think as well, it becomes apparent that Dopamine in those shootouts is continuously able to like get the isolations, get the overmatches. So it seems right now that like their communication and able to create a superior number at some point or at some place on the map as well just surpasses the one of Burbology at the moment. That is a problem that Burbology need to fix. For example, the Jagdpanzer staying alive until the end, doing 5k damage, it's great. But to be honest, the Jagdpanzer, it has the chassis of an E100, right? You want it to be in the thick of it. You also want it to take a little bit of damage.
Yeah, certainly. And unfortunately, I mean, I still don't think it's really Chase's fault. It's kind of hard for him to get involved in the game and not bait the rest of his team, given the type of tank that he's in. Like, if the Jagdpanzer drives forwards, he's basically driving into his death.
So maybe repositioning would have been an option. Let's hold that thought, though, because we're just about to head into the second round on Ensk. Dopamine, they look to make it 3-1. They look to distance themselves from Burbology with a double BZ75. Make that a triple, actually. Oh, baby, it's a triple. Together with a 140, a Bliskowitz, and a double E4.
Yeah, it's a very, very pushing lineup from Dopamine. Burbology going with double BZ 140, triple E4, and a light tank. They are bringing the light to Ensk.
We are not seeing those light tanks often on Ensk, and most of the time it's actually a Tesak that gets brought. But here now the light tank only spotting 2. He doesn't have a replane available, and of course they're going to be relaying the information that, well, there is a light tank on the enemy team. He does continuously spot. He does generate a lot of roll XP with that. He has a replane now. But this still means that Burbology are going to be playing essentially a combat tank down.
Yeah, I mean, they do some good early damage on towards PM, but given that you're taking the light tank, you probably want it to be a lot more damage than they did. But they are actually on a really good timing here if they were to push right now, potentially. But the Bliskowitz, Ferret's in crossfire, Hockey's in crossfire too. It's only Spirit that's a free pick.
And the thing is as well, Dopamine, they've taken a lot of the neutral objectives. They have both artillery strikes. This means Burbology somehow need to reset. They have 45 seconds. A reset has been generated onto melee with HE. So good, so good. So far, so good, actually. Not for Spirit, though, who's down to 735 in his BZ75. Gets rushed by October Chase, the first one to fall, though, as Spirit follows him to the grave. And now the question is, how will this zero-line 1v1 end up? The Bliskowitz are normally with the DPM advantage. It is just a brawl just about everywhere in the map. Gator falling, though, in that BZ75. And remember, throughout all of this, Burbology have a light tank.
Yeah, they do, and that is going to be problematic in this late game round here, as Muscles is pushing forwards. They're trying to ignore him, though. Melee and Chopper, they're going for Mitsua, and rightly so. That Inspire tank always needs to be a prime target, and Melee gets it with the Ram. That is great efficiency there, taking a lot of damage for it, but she will not care. That Inspire vehicle has been taken out of the battle, and that is one of the key tools that Burbology would have been leaning on to try and win this round. Drap's now in crossfire in the RHM, but what is he supposed to do? He is but one man in a light tank. Meanwhile, Dopamine has 4 alive.
And now Blur without 140 is just on mop-up duty. You can see Muscles as well. He does have the ability active. Blur with a miss here, but he is maybe even going to go for those continuous track shots on towards the E4. That is not going to be able to move anymore. Well, now certainly as Muscles dies, and this leaves Draps in the 1 versus 4 situation that he's not going to be winning as a light tank on Ensk nonetheless. The strike misses him, but it doesn't matter because Melly's boosting towards him. Blur racing her towards that light tank. They both want the damage, and Melly gets good HE shell. Blur with the ram. It's Dopamine 3 to Babology 1.
Yep, and everything is going according to plan for Dopamine right now. Trade out the first map 1-1, just gain some territory on your opponent's map pick, and now clean sweep on Ensk. That's great. They'll just want to keep it rolling, keep that momentum going into Siegfried Line.
And that certainly was rock and a roll by Dopamine. You gotta wonder a little bit what Burbology were trying to achieve with the light tank here, because, well, it's an unusual pick and it ends up not really finding a lot of success. The thing is, like, the NA server competitive community is kind of very close-knit, so a lot of those teams are going to be playing each other in scrims, also in weekly tournaments as well, so they're going to be having a very good idea of how the opponent usually plays. And of course, you know, finals like this then are a great way to surprise the other team by showing something you've never done before. But here, I think Babology end up kind of surprising themselves with the light tank, but to be honest, it's not the biggest piece of news that an RHM on Ensk is not the most effective combat vehicle.
No, it's difficult for him to generate anything positive for his team in that kind of a round. The plane at the start, frankly, was a bit of a disaster. Whether that's Draps' fault or not, you know, you'd have to watch it back to see exactly where he put the plane. Maybe the Dopamine just, unfortunately for Draps, just went off in all the different directions, so that his plane didn't really get anyone at the start. And ideally, best case scenario, they delete someone at the beginning of the round from the plane coming in. But after that wasn't the case, Dopamine realized that they could take a lot of the map control away from their opponent for free, knowing that they were playing down a combat tank, and they could actually, like, puff out their chests and be way more aggressive.
Well, let's see. First of all, next map is on the cards, and it is Siegfried Line. Siegfried Line, of course, is the new addition to the Season 4 map pool. I mean, at this point in time, quite obviously not so new anymore, but it is still a map on which sometimes we do see teams doing new stuff. For example, yesterday, weekend, against Cashback, completely, like, it was like all of the previous matches on Siegfried Line hadn't happened. They were like, okay, well, you know, a lot of other teams can do what they want. We say, frick it, we are just going to boost down through the east of Siegfried Line. We're just going to push into your face. What are angles that are being held when we can just surround you? So I don't think Siegfried Line has yet been completely explored, and sometimes the NA server is known for completely reshaping the meta, reshaping the way that the game is played. So personally, I'm hoping for something like this now, because now is the time to do it. At WCI, Siegfried Line is not going to be in the map pool. Remember that as well.
Yeah, but neither of these teams are at WCI, so there's not really anything to worry about in terms of strat saving nonetheless. But I think I would agree with you that there's still a long way to go with Siegfried Line in terms of meta evolution. There's still a lot of possibilities and perhaps different styles that we can see. I mean, the strategy by weekend to literally just drive straight through the middle into your opponent, it seems kind of foolish, but it ends up working out, and I think that's why the more I watch Siegfried Line, the more intriguing I find it, because there is just, like, the possibility of slow gameplay, but also speeding it up is always there.
Well, let's see how speedy it's going to be. The Dopamine lineup suggesting not so much. They do have a BZ75, but then Type 5 CS, never mind, double BZ, Type 5, a 140, a Bliskowitzer, and an E4. That looks more like a slower kind of gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. Double BZ, Type 5, 140, Blisker, double E4. I mean, both these teams are playing very slow. The Ho-Ri again being brought out by Burbology. That's the second time that they've played it today, but this time it's Chase who is wielding that weapon instead of Muscles on this occasion. Neither team playing for the light tank again, so are we going to get Gamble for the radar tower? Dopamine's going for it. Spirit in that BZ-75. Oh, he's baiting. He's baiting. Did he take a shot of damage? I think he was just baiting it out. Perhaps. It looks like Burbology are going to make a shield and go for it with the Type 5 Heavy and the 140 being protected, and this is great information for Burbology.
Absolutely, they do see everything in the lineup of Dopamine for no loss in return, nonetheless. So Dopamine a bit over-gambling here, and this means that Burbology are now free to shuffle their tanks around at absolute will, because they obviously realize, hey, Dopamine, they haven't really taken any kind of aggressive position. Yes, they're covering some angles deeper into the city, and they do have, for example, the Błyskawica close to the strike, and that's actually happening now. Dopamine has to gamble at this point in time because, well, Burbology could be rushing anywhere and they don't have info, so Dopamine instead are going to gamble, and the gamble actually does end up working out because Ferret in that Błyskawica is going to be getting the strike for absolutely free. Instead, Burbology, they've rotated over towards the city, but Gator already has taken a lot of damage.
Yeah, they want to go for a push here, but I don't think it's really an option right now. The EE4 looks to be positioned very well. Spirit, though, is not safe in that BZ. Should have just been sitting in crossfire, but they're able to do more than a couple shots of damage to him for free. But I don't think that pushing is the play right now. Blur is covering in the 140, Octo taking a bunch of damage for free as well. And, you know, Burbology, they may have been the team that had the informational advantage, but they're the team that's getting caught out.
I mean, I was going to say good trade by Muscles there, but to be honest, him taking a shot by Ferret, even though it's not going to be the most amount of damage because it wasn't point blank range, slowly but surely Burbology are losing out on the trades a little bit against the high alpha guns of Dopamine, the E4, the BZ-75. Now Gator is going to take yet another info tower in that E4. Once again, the complete lineup of Dopamine gets revealed, but they can't really push anywhere. Also considering the fact that Dopamine's positions, they haven't really changed since the last info tower.
Yeah, so what do you really gain from securing the radar tower once more? Octo going for a push, and that's because Draps and December are moving up in the 140 and the Błyskawica. In the moment, Spirit doesn't really have too much to cover him. It's just Blur, and Blur, that position, while it's great for sniping, it's kind of hard to overpeak to protect your buddy who's just getting farmed. The shots come in from Dady and Muscles in the T57 Heavy as well, and this is a great find from Burbology, and the damage on Hockey. Hockey takes a lot of damage crossing there. That's not ideal. And he's still getting punished, even December shooting him on the move. Dopamine repressuring into this corner.
Dopamine repressuring because they need to. They've lost the gun, so this means now they need to create an overmatch against the tanks that have pushed up by Burbology. It's the Błyska and the 140, but those have a lot of DPM between them, and it doesn't seem like Dopamine is able to bring the tanks close that they need, because Burbology are, of course, going to be cross-firing here as Dady falls. That is 1-to-1 in the kill department. BM also down towards one shot. Same for Gator here. The tanks, they need to stay alive for either team. Chopper Misha now looking for the decisive blow against Gator, and his E4 Draps also falling. That is a double kill for Dopamine, who are managing to turn it around here, at least for now. Muscles, though, coming in with the full clip of the T57. Cocking the next one on the chopping block, but the first chop bounces. This means Muscles only has one remaining, isn't able to finish off Hockey, and from the backlines, Chopper is coming in with the BZ, possibly able to finish off the T57 Heavy tank.
Yeah, and Muscles, that push, he kind of ran out of room, though he didn't really have anywhere to go. If he tried to go back, he would have been flanked by Melly and the Type 5 Heavy, and this push from Burbology, it looked good initially, but it is just not working out. Decisive retaking of map control from Dopamine is going to shut it down. Chase forced to move forwards in the Ho-Ri as well. Tough for him to get involved in this game, given that his tank is usually meant to be holding and more passive, and Chopper Misha rocket boosting across is going to secure that kill, making it a 2 versus 1. December has killed Blur, and December is in a clutch tank in the Inspire vehicle, but there's just so much HP. Melly misses a shot on the Type 5, and December possibilities here, but driving in the open is definitely not one of the options that you have available to you, and Melly has the sort of HP that just does not care about your DPM as she picks up the final kill, and Dopamine will go up 4-1.
Dopamine from the grim darkness, the bloody trenches of the lower bracket, really storming into this grand final. They let Babology take one round, but after that it is festivities for them, almost. So far at least 4 in a row, starting to build up that hype train. Only 2 more required.
Yeah, it's looking great right now, and I kind of was like half joking when I said they've got 2 of their own map picks coming up. If they take them 2-0, both of them, 4 in a row, that would be fantastic for them. And at the moment, that is actually manifesting itself in a big way here. Chase does 6.3 in the Ho-Ri, but unfortunately, he's only able to shoot whatever peaks in front of him. He can't actually focus the fire with the rest of his team. And that first kill was great for Babology, and even the damage that Hockey took on crossing, but it was all momentum going in the opposite direction after that.
Yeah, I think Dopa did a great job of just keeping guns in the game, right? They lose that first one of Spirit, but then they're able to trade off super well. And then, I mean, Chopper, he was essentially boosting around like a madman in that BZ-75, just trying to play firefighter wherever there was a problem. And that is how he also ends up with 4 kills. Some of them pretty low HP, but he was just having high impact gameplay for his team, showing up at crucial moments. I think there also is the argument to be made that the T-57 by Babology, he bounces 1 shot in his crucial clip that could have ended up being a 2-kill clip. Instead, he just gets 1, and then the tank that survives on 1 shot, the E4, is able to kill him. So, yeah, a lot of things to be said about this round. And of course, the teams are going to study it after the match, possibly, to just see what exactly went wrong, where exactly they can improve. But right now, there is just no time for that, because the second round of Siegfried Line is just about to be upon us.
Yeah, it's right around the corner, and you don't really have much of an opportunity to get your bearings. You've just got to keep going at it. It is really a marathon. You don't have much time to console yourselves.
And the thing is as well, like, yeah, best of 11 is a large matchup, but when you, you know, give easy rounds away, like, for example, the Muravanka, really, for either team, but then the 2 quick ends rounds, the score for one of those teams, in this case, Dopamine, it just mounts so astronomically fast. Like, we're already at the 4-1. Like, that is almost half the match. Half the possible rounds have been played here.
It's still not halfway. I mean, we're gonna cross the threshold now, but I don't know. I mean, it could be a quick affair if we go up to match point already. It's pretty demoralizing for Babology.
Well, let's see. First of all, though, Dopamine, they're looking for that match point, and they are going to be doing so with an IS-4, an MVY, a Type 5, a 140, a Bliska, and double E4. That setup feels kind of familiar, almost.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, that many. We've got the M5Y playing hold down as well. Double T-57 Heavy, I always say, it's a great tank, but you do put pressure on your players to perform in them. You need the clips to work.
Let's see how this one goes, as the opening for Babology indicates that they are really going to go aggressive on towards that eastern artillery strike, as Chase is probably going to stick the info tower. He has Draps in support behind him, but of course we see that Dopamine have absolutely no interest. Instead, Dopamine going more towards the western part of the map. The IS-4 might even consider going to the artillery strike, as December takes a shot of damage in the middle, and damage on this 140 can be oh so important.
Yeah, the 140 is never not a key factor in a game of Water Tank's Onslaught. And Babology, they're taking up positions in the central part of town. The question is, how brave does Octobear feel Melee playing this position? We've seen us play the exact same tank in this exact same position yesterday. Actually got penned a couple of times through the turret. M5Y is not invincible hold down, but given how small the turret is, especially when you look at it head on, it's not an easy target to hit.
I'm not even sure that the MVY in that position was penned yesterday a lot. I think it just peeked into the 3 Type 5s and they were like, yo, that's an MVY, hold down, let's shoot HE. This seems to be kind of a slower round though. The only damage taken so far has been by December. This, of course, in theory, would mean that Dopamine are winning, but there is a lot of time to go. How did the E4 get spotted back there? I'm not entirely sure. How did he get spotted there?
The E4 in F5?
Was it in A5?
In E5?
Like,
they peaked against each other.
In Alpha 5. Like, Draps was...
Oh, A5.
Yeah. He was spotted on the rotation, I believe. Or am I tripping here?
It might have been... I don't know.
Maybe the MVY on the rotation?
It's possible. Possible. Who knows? But that position in A4, in B4 rather, behind the bunker, it's always a very important position to play. It basically just anchors down the entire flank on the 1, 2, 3 line, and we are getting a classic case of passive gameplay on Siegfried Line. Both teams not willing to make a move here as the strike is used by December, and that is because he is the only person that can collect a strike from Burbology, so you might as well use it and not waste any time with your strike DPM.
And of course both Melly and December are going to be picking up the next strikes respectively, but December a little bit worse for wear, and here you can see a cheeky reset on towards the artillery strike once again. I mean, you have 450 damage, not the most, but it does put December down below 1500 HP, which would be a 2-shot for the E4s, and below 1400, which also means a 2-shot for the Type 5.
Yeah, we've seen it a number of times that whichever tank it is that goes behind this strike, they are kind of just stuck here, and they usually, even though they're the one collecting the strike, usually they bear the brunt of the strike damage as well, because he knows that you can't leave, and you know he's there because he keeps collecting the strike. So the issue for Burbology is that their 140 in strike trades will lose over time, whereas Chopper Misha, because he's an E4, A, he's got more health, and B, he has this pretty neat ability that allows 25% damage reduction. So if we continue strike trading like this, it's just going to be better for Dopamine.
I would like to add C. Chopper can actually leave, whereas December cannot. And Chase now taking a big shot by Hockey in that Type 5. Of course, he was able to mitigate the damage that was incoming, but I think they realize now that December has to leave. He's spotted for this move, though. Is there anyone that can profit on towards? It seems like no, at least so far, but Chase taking a lot of damage for that as well, down to 1300. That was certainly not what Burbology intended with this reshuffle.
Yeah, they didn't realize that Ferret was holding the angle because the 140 was not spotting him. So Chase, they tried to swap places. Because they knew December was going to be under pressure. But in the end, what have you really gained? It's a tank that he can't sit safe. Ferret has much better shots on the E4 because of that cupola, because of the height of the tank. The strike comes in, and now, I mean, they tried to find a solution to their problem, but the solution ends up being far worse than it originally was.
They try to dig themselves out of the hole, but instead they just find a tunnel and fall deeper into it, is what is apparently happening to Burbology. And from bad it goes to worse, because the trades right now in the city do not look good for the team in yellow, but that is a full-on assault on towards the positions by Dopamine. PM, the first one to take the brunt of the damage, even driving into the artillery strike, but still no pickup generated by Burbology that are trailing 6,000 HP. Muscles only one shot remaining in the clip. Chopper making it around the corner. Dady now also clipping out with that Type 5 as Muscles goes down towards 1,000, but through all of this, Burbology with the attempted overmatch do not manage to generate a tank advantage. Instead, Muscles is the first one to fall.
Yeah, at that point, Burbology, they realized they had to make a move. When you start losing the strike trades, you don't really have any other options left to you, and we know that pushing on Siegfried Line is an absolute nightmare at times, and Dopamine set the trap. They've got everyone in the right positions just to hold on in this push, and Hockey pushing out of it now, perhaps a little bit too aggressive, bit too greedy potentially to get some of these kills, and he will go down, but that is just one kill, and there's a really long way to go for recovery by Burbology.
And now Melly putting one more shot into Gator is going to make him a one-shot for a lot of people. Blur coming in with the 140 missing, but Chopa doesn't do so. And now December has been isolated and is going to be assassinated by Blur or Melly. It doesn't matter because Dopamine on Siegfried Line 2 once again on Victory Road, Victory Avenue. They're going to be putting themselves on a match point.
Yeah, it's looking great right now. And they literally do take both of their own map picks 4-0. I mean, this round, nothing particularly impressive went on. They just won the early strike trade and basically just forced their opponent to look stupid.
Yeah, Burbology, after getting that first round on the board on Moravanka, not really able to get into the match anymore. And remember, that first round was a cap as well, so not once throughout 6 rounds in this entire match have Burbology actually managed to kill off the lineup of Dopamine in a single round. They've not done so yet, and we are more than 50% of the way in the rounds, and we are just one away from Dopamine running away with it, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I would be willing to say that this game is done. I know that's such a bold take right now when it's literally on match point in a best of 11, but the road to recovery for Burbology is a very, 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 very long road, and I don't think they're going to be able to recover from this. They just got absolutely destroyed on Siegfried Line.
It's going to be an absolute mountain to climb. Mount Olympus probably, but not the one in Greece. Actually, the one on Mars. I think that one's got 20 kilometers of height. Can Burbology do it is the question, because Dopamine, they have looked absolutely stellar so far. They've looked hot, ready to go, absolutely.
Well, like I said in my prediction, I think it looks like a renewed team from the affair that they had in the upper bracket final yesterday. And 5-1, I mean, if it was best of 9, it would be over.
Turns out Merrill was not the problem yesterday for Burbology. Instead, he ended up winning a lot of those rounds, whereas today Burbology look, not really up to the task so far. But, and I realize that is a small silver lining, it doesn't shine too bright over the horizon right now. But at least for now, the map picks of Dopamine have been stopped. Instead, Burbology were the ones to select the next one that is going to be played. So are they going to stay alive on Cliff, or are Dopamine going to be crowning themselves the OLF champions? They're on a win streak of 5 right now. One more to push it over the finish line.
Yeah, and it's going to be Cliff as well, which is a high-pressure map to deliver in those clutch moments when it matters most, and you're going to be under so much pressure if you're Burbology, because just one slip up by one player, especially on a map like Cliff, it could cost you the entire round.
And it has to be said, Dopamine on Cliff, they've been a pretty good team, actually. They were able to get a lot of the brawls and scenarios and situations right and in their favor. They just need to do it once more. And yeah, my prediction, already not possible anymore. Well.
Well, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, I'm right with you there, though, Keyhand. I mean, I'm definitely down in the dumps myself in the prediction game, but, you know, I've had a much better run of it this time. It could have been far worse.
You could have predicted like baby, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, to be fair, you know, his hands are tied, right? He's almost contractually obligated to back both of his former teams. It's just unfortunate for him that both his former teams seem to be on a downturn in form.
Well, he's going to be very much contractually obligated very soon, is what I've been told. First of all, though, Burbology are obligated to win this next round. Otherwise, the match is going to be over, and they're trying to do so with an extremely unusual lineup on Cliff. It is an E100 double Type 5, a CS, or rather a Hurricane, together with a double Grill and an RHM.
I'm not surprised at all. I'll tell you why. Because they have a certain European import in their team by the name of Dady, and that man is an absolute fanatic of playing the Grill 15. He's got a bit of a problem, to be honest. He's kind of addicted to playing the tank, both in random onslaught and in competitive matches, and this is just a run back of the classic literally clueless days where you bring double Griller on Cliff to try and snipe anyone in the middle.
Let's see if those German tank destroyers are going to be finding success. First of all, Draps needs to be careful in that RHM, because from below the BZ's come, and Draps immediately blows up here. Dopamine on their match point immediately finds success. The RHM just immediately blown up.
And I think that might be it, Key. I mean, that might be GG. The entire strategy from Burbology, they want that RHM on the hill. They want his eyes and ears to know what's happening. Burbology crossing over, unspotted with the Hurricane and the E100. This is good. They're unknown about for the time being. That is until Dopamine sends someone up the hill, presumably in one of those BZs, and they're not going to be spotted going up the hill if not for the Type 5 Heavy in middle, but just such an advantage for Dopamine early on. They cannot throw this.
Let's see, it would indeed be a throw of the ages. So far, so good, though. Dopamine, they're like, okay, we have cap control, we have 1 kill advantage. Chopper, though, dropping now in the BZ, needs careful not to lose a lot of HP here as Chase is trading against Blur, but of course at this point in time any kind of trade is going to be favoring Dopamine because they're an entire tank up, and of course in this kind of scenario the trades normally would favor the BZ as well, but not if the E100s from the backlines have anything to say about this. Now though, Ferret and Melly realize they have the upper ground, but one of the Grillers actually connects for 1000, but still the cap is ongoing throughout all of this. The BZ starts healing, the Hurricane starts melting, and soon Burbology are going to be playing without 2 tanks. Soon make that now. Ferret and Melly moving in for the killing blow together with Chopper on towards Gator, who starts dying just like December in the middle of the map.
Yeah, and it turns out that one of your dominoes fall, one of your pieces on the board gets removed. It's really difficult to save it with the rest of them as Burbology struggle to hang on here. It's basically just the double Griller left with the HP. Octobear is pushing in now to try and salvage something from this, but he's completely in a crossfire. Blur is in the perfect position to farm this repush right now, and it's a bit of a sad way to go out, but this match, this battle might be telling of the series as a whole.
And Dopamine here are going to be rewarding themselves with the title of the OLF Season 4 Championship. 6-1 is going to be the final scoreline. Burbology trying to cheese in this last round here, but the cheese, it was absolutely spoiled and stinky. It's not going to be for them. They made it through the upper bracket, but this is the end of the road. Congratulations, Dopamine, to the championship.
Yeah, they are champions of North America once again. Actually, I don't know if they ever won the OLF before. I know they were the team that went to WCI China that one time, and they won't be there on this occasion, unfortunately for them, because this is some great form that they're showing right now. But, you know, OLF as a compromise, it's a pretty good win.
Yeah, I think they are going to be very happy with themselves here. The people that are not going to be happy, well, first and foremost, Draps, 5 hits received. Not sure if it was an ammo rack that blew him up, or if it was just a lot of guns hitting him at the same time. And yeah, the grills both get over 4,000 damage. But at the end of the day, Burbology trying to be ingenious on Cliff and once again end up looking kind of silly, and Blur, of course, having an absolute monster of a game in that 140. Perfect decision making by him on that 1-2 line as well, never endangering himself, continuously providing the Inspire, going to the crossfire, able to farm. And yeah, Dopamine, once again, congratulations. They did end up losing to Babology yesterday, but apparently less than 24 hours is more than enough to adjust everything that needs adjusting and to come back into this one and finish it off 6-1.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's a complete turnaround. The momentum quite literally swung in the opposite direction. I guess they needed to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and recover from those mistakes in that upper bracket final, and they turn it around in an impressive way. 6-1. Babology, only that one round they capped out on Muravanka. Every other round looked great for Dopamine.
And at the end of the day, 6-1 or 6-0, it doesn't matter. It was an absolute stomp here. Statement victory coming out from Dopamine. And this now means, Moff, that we are going to have one last match remaining for the day. It's also going to be a best of 11, but it's going to be on the European server. And it's one that happened in the upper bracket finals as well. Turns out, a double elimination bracket. Most of the time, you get the two best performing teams in the finals. And this time around, it happens to be Polish festivities already. But which one of those two teams that are also going to be representing the European server at WCI is going to travel there with more confidence? Hit or Mafia? That's going to be the last question to be answered today.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Keith. My money is on Hit and Run. I will back them to the hills. Best performers in the regular season.
I also bought the Hit Bundle, so I'm with you there. I'm going to be chatting with or against Ducky about that one in the coming match. First of all, thank you very much for being an absolute awesome co-caster throughout the entirety of the OLS. And with that, I hear the replays already, so we are going to be taking a quick break with those. And when we come back, we are going to be crowning a new European OLS champion. Take it away. Onslaught Legends Series Season 4 is here. But Liberty finds Jockey, and Ketsai, the last one for his team, will not be able to pull the 1v3.
Onslaught Legends Series champions will be Cashback.
They do complete the Cinderella story.
Finds Akka and its Twilight and Liberty left one ring because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket.
Akka blows up as well, and W completed 6-3 2 times in a row. OLS champion. I think Moth Mafia are on victory street here on Himmelsdorf. They completely rewrite the map and rewrite all of the scripts that everyone had. It's going to be them taking the finals in a 5-1 fashion.
Tune in to the action, September 30th through November 9th.
And a welcome back to the last and the final match of the AMD Onslaught Legends Series Season 4. It's been 13 play days so far. Today is the 14th and the last one, and we are here to crown the European champions.
Yeah, the whole season we've worked towards this point. And who else than Mafia and Hit and Run? The two teams that proved to be the best throughout the regular season deservedly are going to face off against each other in the grand finals.
And you know who's also facing off? You against me, because I think you bought the Mafia bundle, I bought the Hit one. So I think the preferences are set.
I'm about to win every prediction game known to mankind at this rate.
We'll wait and see. Of course, the road, just like for the OLF, is going to be a long one. It's once again a best of 11 that both of those teams are going to be facing off in. So it's going to be European first seed for China against European third seed, because Hit actually ended up losing the semi-finals of the Onslaught Legends Cup 4 against Mafia. But now, here we are, finding us yet again in a battle between both of those teams to determine who is the better one. To be honest, both of those teams, realistically speaking, could be taking it here. So it's going to be all about the form today. And, well, they met earlier today, and there it definitely was Mafia taking it away.
Yeah, but Hit and Run is always a curious creature in finals, Gian. They're very good at them when they do get to play them. They're not that great up until them anymore, but when they do get to play them, they're very, very good. Perfect practice, warm-up even, if you want to call it that way, for WCI as well. The winner coming out of this tournament is going to go to China with a lot of confidence.
Absolutely, but which one is it going to be? You can see here the stats here accumulated throughout the entirety of the season by Kono and Barbarian, 57-52 battles played respectively. That means both of them are always on the main roster. 72-73% win rate, not much between them. Average damage just about the same. KD also pretty similar. Pen ratio 90%. We've seen very few players being able to pull this off. Both of them also 12 different tanks played, but whereas Kono is more of that E50M DPM monster, Barbarian actually in his signature for speed, together with the BZ75 showing up as well.
What's the tiebreaker rule for the prediction game, by the way, Kian?
Oh,
what if two people were to have the same amount of points?
I don't think we ever had it happen.
But
so
one had
set
more.
A rule yet
what,
for it.
What if one had more correct predictions than the other?
No, I think actually in season 1, Phil and I had the same amount of points, so we just agreed to both win it.
Okay, then I'm not accepting.
You're not in the mood for sharing?
Nah, I'm just wondering, you know, if it comes down to it, because it's really interesting there too, Kian. But first, let's get into the maps and explain why this looks the way it does, right? For those of you that missed the previous match with the BO11, it is given advantage to the team that comes from the grand finals by allowing them to ban first and picking first. This is to give them an advantage in a way because they don't have a second life in this tournament. Which means that Ensk is banned, Sand River is picked, then Cliff is banned by Hit. They really don't want to play it. Going into Westfield, after Westfield, Morovanka, after Morovanka, Pilsen, and then into Himmelsdorf. If that is not enough, Siegfried Line will be the tiebreaker.
And once again, interestingly, Mafia do not ban Westfield, which has been one of their permaban, especially throughout the entire season, right? And Hit immediately take it up. The question is this one a trap set by Mafia? I mean, the set of maps here, Sand River is going to be possibly a pretty slow start, but Westfield normally not very slow. So I think it's also very nice to see that the maps that are going to be played demand a lot of different things from the teams, just because the playstyle varies. Whereas, you know, on Sand River, you can, of course, open up very aggressively, kind of cashback-esque into the cap, just force the opposing team to come close. Recently, this kind of style of play has fallen a little bit out of fashion, and both teams tend to go more for the control. And to be honest, predictions, they are split between us 50-50 just about, whereas Alex and you are going with the 6-4. Both Moff and I are saying it is Hit. Once again, the purple dragon from Poland that will roar at the end.
Let's see about that. Phil also went with a 6-5, which means that if he gets it right, but doesn't get the score, we're even. Hit and Run versus Mafia. Round number 1 on Sand River. Hit and Run busting out the Quad BZ, the 140, the STRV, and the T100.
And for Mafia, it is a different philosophy, so to speak. Double BZ, triple FFTM, a 140, and an RHM. So throughout the match, Mafia are going to be a lot more mobile with the higher DPM, whereas Hit and Run kind of want to lure the opposing team into Monster in that STRV.
So this gets us the kind of different style, right? BZ's facing off against the 50Ms. Conrad Wexler going towards the middle. The plane in the beginning from either team. YOLO hits 4, I think, and in return Cats are hitting like 3. They're trying to get some shots on this crossing. They're not able to do so. They go despotted just slightly too early, but neither team going too aggressive in the beginning.
No, and Ketsai, he really likes that T100 LT, which he's playing now. He didn't find a lot of success earlier today against Mafia, but now is his second chance to, crown himself on the European server, the self-proclaimed best light tank player here, as well as T-Sec, Pansfury, and Barbarian, all of them getting spotted in those BZs. That is a lot of resources and assets committed as Yuzek does the first shot of the grand finals into T-Sec here. Ketsai also getting spotted seemingly in that T100, has taken a shot of damage, which does give another plane to YOLO.
Yeah, but more importantly, Ketsai also gets a plane out of this as well, so can't forget about that. Profus there taking a shot from Barbarian. I don't think he saw him until Barbarian made that peek, so now he'll become aware of the position. He wants to shoot towards Ketsai, or wanted to, but won't get an opportunity to it. And now Orchek needs to come in and help as well. The RHM moving north, 140 there as well. Conrad needs to be careful, is going to abandon this cap attempt altogether. And both teams so far just kind of feeling each other out.
I think that just underlines the importance of this match. Ooh, Barbarian with the back of his turret, I believe, bouncing Orchek in the E50M, as YOLO does end up getting spotted for that shot that he did in the RHM. He goes unspotted very quickly. Yuzek taking another shot, so I think YOLO might even be running the radio equipment in the RHM for how quickly he actually got despotted.
The BCs of Conrad and Vector are moving towards the crown area. Conrad does get spotted out. Orchek dropping over. There's an STRV covering Barbarian, so Orchek taking some damage from the back lines. That seems like a safety position for him. Barbarian now in a lot of trouble in that BZ. Left to his own devices, will find the shot against Orchek. You would assume he's intuitioning to get a better ammunition type suited for the situation. The strike comes in, and Orchek will go pretty low for this engagement though. One more shot from Barbarian coming in soon as well. Will drop Orchek towards a one-shot unless they can kill him before Barbarian reloads, but no, that is not a possibility. In the meantime, Monster seems to be perma-tracked. You can see that on the back lines. That STRV, he's dead! He's gone!
Monster, I mean, Mafia doing a magic trick. The STRV vanishes, but not to darkness, but instead to the grave. So Mafia are going to be fighting with a huge advantage. They've just removed a lot of DPM from that hit-and-run lineup that now only really have the 140 to dish out punishment continuously. Remember, the double BZ, or rather the triple BZ from Hit, are also out of the game. DJ and T-Sec covering in the dried-out riverbed. The third one just about to join them. But Hit, they have lost crucial positions, and even more importantly, they've lost the SUV.
Well, the BC is getting spotted now because they see the radio tower. They know what's coming. They know what's happening. So they go slightly early before Panzer Fury arrives because they don't have the time to wait for Panzer Fury anymore, simply because of the radio tower. So they're now pushing towards Profuse, who's gone very defensive in the back, in that hole. I don't know if they're even going to check that or if they're aware. Profuse is obviously going to hide. He is playing the game of, I am not here. If you can't see me, that means I'm not here. DJ is about to run over him together with T-Sec because Profuse was indeed still there nonetheless. And DJ boosting back into Profuse as well will bully that E50M a little bit back. Profuse will do some damage for this, but it's going to be a dead E50M nonetheless. In return, you see Mafia now reacting by pushing on towards Panzer Fury, who was that BZ left behind. They're taking a strike in the south as well. The strike will come out onto the double BZ in the northern pocket where Profuse is dead altogether, but he's doing good damage, and that's the power of the E50M, just putting out shot after shot. DJ finally kills him, but he's down towards 500, and in return, Panzer Fury is about to die.
Panzer Fury falling to the grave, and this means that Hit and Run are left with only 4 tanks, out of which one is a one-shot for the BZs in the opposing team. And now József, the wall, booking it down the zero line in that E50M, is going to take a lot of maneuverability away from that T100 LT. Franek with the 140 being pulled to reinforce here in the south against that E50M. All of a sudden, József doesn't look so confident anymore as he finds himself in the 1v2. Franek has a rep kit available for his gun that gets damaged, but now he does engage on towards the E50 that switches targets on towards the T100, but the BZ of DJ falling in the meantime, and good target selection from József. Mafia through the upper bracket are looking to put themselves up 1-0.
Yeah, even with this repush, I mean, the game has been decided for a little while. They tried it because they had no more choices left. They wanted to be quick about it. They tried it. It doesn't work. Mafia gets so much off of the back of not the Barbarian kill. That one was a trade. You know, Orchak even died for that, to one of the strikes. But the fact that Monster in his STRV overplays the position and ends up getting perma-tracked, whether it's unlucky or not, is of no concern to anybody. He dies for it, which means he overplayed. And taking that into consideration, it is Mafia to pick up the first round.
And it just shows that, you know, Mafia, they have had a lot of time now to essentially readjust after the upper bracket finals that they won as well. Hit had to take the detour through the lower bracket. So maybe in turn they are warmed up a little bit more. They obviously had an A match to kind of, you know, rest a little bit. But they also had to show more strategies, right? Because they had to play more games today. And for Mafia, it seems like, you know, not missing a beat really. Winning the first match of the day, comfortably going to the finals, and now comfortably putting up the first round on the board as well. So good job by Mafia coming into this one.
As per usual, Kihan forgot about something. That's why he looked a little flustered for a second, but we got there in the end. Good job, Kihan. You know, I just want to say it's hard at your age to manage so many things at the same time.
I mean, I can tell you that at any age, I have never been good at multitasking, so...
It's not gotten better, or what?
We'll see. Maybe I will learn over time. Who doesn't need to learn right now, it seems like that is Mafia, because they put up a very good game. And once again, I think it was evident that YOLO in that RHM was getting one up on Ketsai. He, with the T100, didn't have as much impact. And for example, Monster in the STRV, he was super far back. He was like at the June, at the red line, at their spawn. And he just ended up dying. So maybe he did the first shot of damage, and then someone on the Mafia lineup was like, yo, there must be something like an STRV, for example, there, or maybe a Leo 1 playing that, please, and we'll blow it up. And that is exactly what happened.
The result is Mafia 1, Hit and Run 0, and Mafia needs this. But again, like we're always talking, I feel like we're always talking about Mafia like they're the team that is most likely to lose. Even though they won the most recent event, they're the first seed going into China. It's like,
I think it's just that in a lot of matches between those two teams that have gone close, somehow it always seemed like Hit at the end of the day somehow clutched it out, right? I think that trend kind of started last year, even over 12 months ago, when we had the battle for China between Mafia and Hit, like who was going to represent the EU second seed for the WCI 2024, where it was a tiebreaker victory for Hit. And then every single time almost where it came down to clutch between those two teams, once again, Hit were there. Even in this season, for example, phase 1, 3-2 for Hit, phase 2, 4-3 for Hit. So I think that is kind of where this reputation comes from. But I do agree, Mafia, they have a lot of championships and different trophies under their belt as well. So of course, they can't be underestimated.
Second round between these two hit and runs, sticking to the BZs, 5 of them with an E50M and a 140.
And Mafia are switching things up at the very least. It's going to be double BZ75, a Centurion, okay, triple BZ Centurion, an E50M, a K91, and an RHM. I was very confused by that Minotauro. Turns out we're not going to see it.
No, we won't. So light versus no light here. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think the Hit guys after the previous round where YOLO just, to be honest, outplayed Ketsai a little bit. We're like, okay, maybe we don't have the light tank advantage here. The plane does hit 3. That means no immediate replane available for YOLO. As Hit and Run are taking that nickname quite literally and are boosting into the cap. That is a singular shot in towards Barbarian, a very cheap cross.
DJ still making his way down the middle. Everything's about to be revealed by the info tower, which gets used immediately. So they see what's happening. 2 tanks on the cap, 2 tanks on the K-line. They're trying to deny the strike. That is their way in. Conrad doesn't have a mini strike right now. They want to play off of the cap. They are forcing something to happen here. YOLO has a plane though. Orchek, I don't think he can actually get the reset. Immediately taking a shot. They need to do something here. Conrad needs to get a shot of damage or 2 to get a little mini strike out of it. Orchek looking, is not getting it right now, and Conrad is coming in. Does he get it? No, still not. He needs another shot. He will get it, I think, on time. There's the mini strike. He needs to put it almost immediately to actually secure it, but Yusek comes to body block. That's the good part about this, but this gives an opening for Hit and Run to push on, though. Yusek realizing this. Now, where does he go? He goes absolutely nowhere. He's surrounded from all angles. In the meantime, YOLO's getting run down by Ketsai. He's dead as well. Profuse finds the first kill, though, but in return, Panzer Fury and Ketsai picking up one of their own, and the BZs, they're boosting down on towards Conrad in that K91. He is gone as well, and the opening here from Hit and Run, you could say it was pretty potent, because 3 tanks down from Mafia, and I think the rest are soon to follow.
Absolutely, Rexel finds himself between a lot of Hit and Run tanks here, down towards a 2-shot, then that BZ, seemingly no heal available, but Orchek is the focus, down towards 1-shot, manages to heal up, but another shot puts him down into that range again, and Hit and Run, they lose the first round, but they storm into this second one here. They're going to equalize the scoreline, and this was the map, mind you, that Mafia definitely wanted to play.
Yeah, they need that. It's pretty clean as well, only DJ dying for that. They needed somehow Conrad to generate mini strike almost immediately to be able to reset. Now they had to send Yusek in to block, he dies for it, and at the same time you have YOLO getting run down by Ketsai, showing that you know, T100 matchup against YOLO might not work, but an E50M running him down really cheap, pretty effective.
I think just about any DPM tank running down an RHM with HE is going to be pretty effective. But yeah, Hit, they must be very happy after this one, because, well, the first one, they ended up looking kind of foolish in the second round here on Sand River, though. This very, very aggressive lineup with those BZs manages to kind of catch that more flimsy lineup, more, you know, kind of trying to be intricate with the E50M, Centurion, K91. They tried to do that, but they just completely get face-checked.
Yeah. It was a really good round from Hit and Run. very good recovery. And you mentioned something important there. You know, this was the map that indeed Mafia wanted to play above all else.
And it's going to be a 1-1 split between both of those. And Ducky, we just had a match where the team came in through the upper bracket, picked a map, wanted to definitely play it. It went 1-1, and well, see, since it's not too far in the past, I can still reveal to you what happened there. The team coming through the lower bracket then ended up taking 6 rounds in a row.
So 1-1 coming out of Sand River. That means we are moving on to, I'm thinking Keyhand, but I don't need to.
Westfield.
Westfield.
And this one is going to be very interesting once again, because Morph was hammering down on it, right? Westfield has been the permaban for Mafia.
Yeah.
Throughout basically the entirety of Season 4. And they're leaving it open here now, and Hit do not mind grabbing it. The question is, did Mafia just really not want to play Ensk against Hit, or were they hiding something? I mean, it's the same talking point that we had in the upper bracket final, but
what is Mafia having shots on Ensk for?
Or they're just afraid to play Hit.
I mean, I feel like at this point, you know, if they ban Ensk hand in the grand finals, I don't see another match on my schedule.
Not really, no. I mean, the thing is that...
Saving shots for China. W knew all along, man. They were ahead of the game.
I mean, to be honest, talking about that one for a second, did you know that W has actually never lost a match in OLS playoffs?
I did read that on Copium's stat padding lounge.
Exactly. You can't lose matches if you don't get there, right? But yeah, phase 2 score, once again, it is one of those tiebreaker victories for Hit. They cannot seem to lose in tiebreakers against Mafia.
Yeah. I mean, Mafia just needs to beat Hit and Run before the tiebreaker.
Winning Westfield 2-0 would be a very big step, or rather 2 in the right direction, but of course Hit will also have a say in the matter. Coming to Westfield, make that a single BZ here for Hit and Run, together with, well, double BZ once again, an IS-7, a 140, a Badger, and double Bliska. No light tanks for Hit.
Mafia in return, double BZ-75, E50M, STB, Badger, Bliska, RHM. We've seen this from them before. That time around, it was a really awful round. They ended up in a lot of trouble. They had BZ boost in B1, STB D1, but they lost control over the south side even. They had in the BZ, it was also DJ playing like E5, and he was super annoying for them. So it looks very similar for Mafia. Hit and Run, of course, they played that round with an IS-7, so it's not quite the same.
Well, let's see. First of all, Mafia have taken the info tower and immediately convert that one in a bit of damage on towards Barbarian. So whereas Hit are still playing kind of blind, they know that there is an RHM, or rather a light tank on the enemy team. Hit, still no info here. Monster in the IS-7 of all things manages to pick up the info tower, but I don't think he will be able to prevent YOLO from taking
exactly
the outside
actually.
artillery strike.
Never mind, I missed the IS-7. It's exactly the same.
Seems like the strat book not too deep then.
Apparently not. Both teams are content playing something very similar. 140 was rotating to 0 line in that game as well, is doing it this round. Gono, I don't know about the peak there. Lost about 1000 HP for that. Not sure if I'm too much of a fan of what he did. Both Badgers are going to be blocking the cap, so it's going to be slow and steady. This time around though, the positions from Mafia, they should have learned. Like last time around in D3, D4 and E3, E4, like around that square, they made a lot of mistakes, lost a lot of HP, and probably was the end of them in that one. This time around, they're a bit more back, they're not risking it, they're playing more slow, more safe, more control, and they do have the only strike out of any team.
The thing is, YOLO was just spotted on the 9-0 line in that RHM, but I think he was just waiting for the info tower to be used. Can, of course, now go a bit more aggressive, and he knows that he is not playing against any light tank in the opposing team. No danger at all of getting planed. The only way that he is getting spotted here is by info towers. And, well, talking about those, right, one of them is just about coming off of reload. The HE by YOLO does not find the reset on towards it, and Barbarian even taking the second one here. Monster is deciding to hold on to it for now, which is, I think, kind of a smart decision. They now hold 2 info towers, use one of them, but have the second one regardless. Good shot into YOLO. And this means that YOLO, normally the light tank is basically a ticking time bomb for the team that's playing against it, but here they cannot set the fuse of that bomb simply because YOLO just needs to be continuously afraid of that info tower.
Yeah, he's always playing against an unused info tower right now. But Mafia's relocating though, sending more things north. Yuzek and Konrad arriving. And it all depends now if Barbarian pops it and they're getting in position or not.
The constant and looming threat, and I think the window of time is kind of closing because the info towers are recharging, of course, when they are not taken, and Monster having used his means that Mafia is on a timer. The tanks get spotted though. The shot by T-Sec goes wide. It misses Pansfury with a shot in towards Konrad, but Mafia being on that timer now, they need to do something, but they're doing so with inferior numbers of combat tanks because of course they're playing with that RHM Yuzek in that Bliskowitz. Coming around the corner, puts a big one into Barbarian, the GOAT himself, down towards 1000 HP. He's in danger of being picked up. A strike goes his way as well, putting him on a one-shot. Konrad to peek here. Does he get the pickup? Barbarian somehow staying alive. The shot bounces. He's going to avoid death for now.
But who's not avoiding death right now seems to be Mafia, as they've already lost Yusek. DJ now rolling in as well, and the rest of the tanks are starting to get into the positions as well. Barbarian finally dies, but look at the HP. It's not looking that great. The Inspire popped for at least the side of Mafia, doing something with that. YOLO picking up the strike, but in the meantime, Franek in that 140 is making his way up towards that northern side. They want to overrun the remaining Mafia tanks because they know a 2,200 of that HP is located in the south, in the RHM. Kono down towards the one shot. The strike hits 2. That is good. That's what they need. DJ losing the loader as well. A little bit of annoying Orchek coming in. He wants to help this pocket of resistance of his team. Will he be able to get the shot against DJ? He does. T-Sec now starting to peek in the Blitzka. Profuse finds a kill on Panzer Fury. It's not over just yet. Rexar with the Badger now from behind. Maybe he can make a kill on towards DJ. Coming in as well. Peeking on the Badger. He finds a kill now. T-Sec and Ketsai in a little bit of trouble. Profuse goes down, but can they clean up the Blitzka? Vitze? No! T-Sec and Ketsai both finding a kill in quick succession, but it's 3-on-2 now. YOLO's into the fight, and this has all gone so very, very bad for Hit and Run, who had the overmatch. Now Monster kind of driving in before his teammate arrives in the 140, which means he's going to die to Kono, who finds the shot now. Franek comes in, but it's a 140 versus 2, and Konrad and YOLO should never let this one slide. The unimaginable win for Mafia by the looks of things, and of course YOLO still needs to protect Konrad a little bit. Konrad needs to get one more shot off, but he heals, and that should be it. Together with the heal, he hits the shot, and it's gonna be Mafia to win this unlikely round of Westfield, making it 2-1.
YOLO is going to be the last man standing in a very, very chaotic round, and I think the reason why Hit actually end up fumbling it is because they did something that is very uncharacteristic for their team. They actually let the one-shots on the enemy team live for actually a staggering amount of time, right? Those very low HP guns by Mafia were allowed to live for so long to just have an effect after they normally should have been removed from the game. That is a quality that Hit normally excels at, but seems like Mafia are even better at staying alive.
So a tough loss for Hit. They're up a few thousand HP. The RHM's out of the fight. The 140 is moving in. The only difference I see there, which is one that matters, of course, as well, is that the Inspire from Hit is not in the fight, what the Inspire from Mafia was.
And we also see Franek here, 4,000 damage together with 3 kills to his name. That means he was continuously having an impact, and this is kind of the weakness of the STB, right? He also has 3.5k damage, but the STB just a little bit more flimsy. The turret not as hard as the 140s, even though I guess if you're firing with premium ammo against those 140 turret fronts, you're also more often than not going to be penetrating it, but it just feels more comfortable to be in there with that 140 compared to the STB.
Yeah, but like, you know, the STB was always there. So he was helping clean up that pocket where, you know, the 140 was making his way up slowly but surely. And he did get there, but still Hit kind of allowed themselves to get bullied there with Ketsai in that pocket. They didn't really need to play as hard there as they did because they were going to win the back side, the real hold down. They were going to win that one. They didn't need to like overplay their hand. They kind of did, allowing then, you know, the Badger I think won his fight. Perfus made a kill. The Badger's then allowed to peek and make a kill. Mafia player sacrificing to kill the pocket, and then you have this 140 driving in, and even then the IS-7's like, 140? Who 140? Where 140? I don't care about my 140. Monster just drives in and dies because of it as well. Like, they never allowed Franek to actually come into the game.
So let's see. I mean, both teams didn't really adjust a whole lot to what we've seen earlier today. Mafia with the better end on the first Westfield here. Do you think that we're going to see a big readjustment now for round 2 from either team? I mean, for Hit, once again, I think it is kind of easy mistakes to be solving.
Yeah, sure. Of course. But like, when you look at it, neither team wanted to really change though, right? Like, we just saw this Westfield and they both just played the same.
Yeah. There is this additional layer of complexity here when it comes with both of those teams playing, of course, is that they know each other oh so well, right? They're playing together in Invil 15v15, and they're, of course, going to be training each other. So they know the other team inside out, so they need to come up with something new, something revolutionizing that the other team hasn't seen here. And that is, of course, a lot of pressure to be on and under for both of the teams. Hit and Run certainly switching it up. Triple BZ75, the Type 5 Heavy, Barbarian himself is going to anchor double Batchat and the Centurion.
In return, Mafia, double Badger, RHM, E50M, AX, and double BZ. Double Bat on Westfield Keyhand, a hard tank to play. I don't know if I like it.
It can find big impact, regardless. But of course, yeah, it can also go horribly wrong. The number of the game this time around is 2, though. That is the amount of spots that YOLO was able to generate in the RHM that once again transitions in towards the info tower. He's getting full information here. That means Mafia, of course, know what they're up against. The double Batchat, they normally should have seen that the info tower was being taken. Instead, Panfury and Ketsai take shots each. Now, though, the boost over from Hit and Run, they feel like they're on a pressure, on a timer, because the RHM is out of the game, but T-Sec takes so much damage for this. Corner cannot make the cross, which means Yuzek is going to be alone against 2 here. About to receive reinforcements, though. Profuse coming over to help him, and T-Sec is going to blow up. I think DJ just whiffed a shot against Yuzek. That heals above 650 as well.
Monster now making his way across, but that's Badger's monsters. Those are Badgers that are shooting away. Rexer might get one more shot. No, he misses that one. Leaves Monster on a 1-shot. That is very sad for Mafia, because Monster was about to die there to the shot from Rexar, but he doesn't get it just in time. YOLO's taking the strike though, but will Profuse be alive by the time he does? That Type 5 is repushing as well. Profuse trying to stay alive because he knows the strike is going to come in very soon from YOLO, but Monster hits the shot before and the strike comes in, and it will kill one of those tanks, but before Profuse already took the damage. Conrad might find the Barbarian though. He does as well. The goat is down. Repeat, the goat is down.
The scalp has been claimed, and DJ misses the shot on towards Kono, but still 2 1-shots remaining on the Mafia lineup. That Hit, of course, would like to pick up, but instead Pansfury falls to the grave, gets annihilated, and now the problem is for Hit. They're kind of pressured in towards this northwestern corner of the map, and Mafia not about to let this go. They swoop in with the remainder of their HP, and it is just about enough, actually more than enough. Franek falling, leaving DJ in the ditch that they fought so hard for, and he is about to get annihilated, actually fallen already. Mafia take Westfield 2-0. It was, in fact, a trap.
I mean, you know, when they played in the upper bracket, Mafia really didn't look that good on Westfield. This was a lot better from them, or a lot worse from Hit and Run, whichever way you want to look at that. It's potentially two sides of the same coin. Yeah, I mean, they pushed that hole. They're even lucky that they ended up winning that, because there's a world in which Rexter hits that shot against Monster, and it's just Profuse in a 1v1, and then it's gonna take a while for DJ to win that altogether. And even now they won it, but you know, this lineup from Hit, it's a very hard one to execute. The double bat is a really tough tank to get involved properly.
Yeah, those double bats, to make them work, they essentially need to come unexpected. They need to strike from the shadows, but it sort of immediately got countered by YOLO in the RHM. Once again, very easy move. Plain transition in towards Info Tower, and then the Batchats, I mean, they were moving towards that ditch as well, and they saw the Info Tower go off. I'm not sure if they were speculating on the reset to come in so that they basically don't get spotted, but like this, they kind of had to turn around at the northwestern Info Tower, get saved, take some shots regardless, and this way, Mafia are actually going to edge themselves ahead 3-1, half of the way there.
Half of the way. It's a bit early, no? To say this. I mean, you know, I'm okay with it, Kian. I'm honestly okay with it. Like right now, it's going well for Mafia, and they're putting down a solid performance.
Absolutely, and for Hit, they kind of need to adjust on the fly now. The map is going to be Moravanka, and at least against Weekend, Hit looked pretty good on Moravanka, especially on the round where they completely mopped the floor with the team of Weekend. But of course, Mafia is carved from a different kind of wood, right? They're made of a different material. Mafia is a completely other caliber than Weekend.
Yeah, and so far, Mafia is doing it well. But Hit and Run is also not playing regular style, though. Like, this Batchats is a bit unorthodox, and it just doesn't work.
Phase 2 score, and once again there it was Hit winning in the tiebreaker, but right now it seems like Mafia is on a roll. Then again, this Phase 2 match, it also looked like Mafia was on a roll until they weren't, right? 3-0 at some point for Mafia was the scoreline there, and then Hit all of a sudden finding the magic key, solving the riddle of Mafia, really, beating them 4 times in a row. And slowly but surely, Hit needs to hope that for them, a hot streak like this happens again.
But if it goes too far away, Kihan, you'll need a really long streak. You know,
and that is why normally you don't want to let it get to this.
Plus, it's not you know, Phase 2, right? It's Grand Finals.
And I think Hit, they better start winning some rounds here if they want to keep the chance alive of crowning themselves for the first time the OLS champions. Mafia, of course, with the same prospect. Neither of those teams have won an OLS before. Hit coming in with the quintuple BZ75, 140, and a cheeky to suck.
In return, Mafia, double BZ, triple E50M, 140, and an RHM. Yeah, Tasak, I mean, we've seen it work, but it's still not going to be the easiest game for them altogether. The Plains comes out, 1 spotted for YOLO, and 4 spotted for Ketsai.
That, of course, means that that Ketsai is going to have a replane available, and Hit also know that there is a plane light tank on the enemy team. Ketsai using the plane on towards Profuse, even doing 14 whole damage.
14? Wow. Wow, big damage. The question is, when does this push get spotted? Right here. When do they see these BZs driving through? Now they see it.
Now.
Yusek needs to run. In his case, I wouldn't even shoot. I would just make sure to get D-spotted, to not even be spotted, because he's going to have to be the linchpin from behind, right? You don't want to get spotted. Letting off a shot there may reveal your position, and that may be the end of you. He, right now, is an unknown factor for the side of hit and run. They see it now, and there's a 140 and A3. Kono needs to be the one that's careful. He's not in a good position anymore. He can die from behind that building. Tisek is not a worry right now for Mafia. The worry is the overpush, because that's what's happening right now. Too many guns out of the game could be a thing, but Barbarian's already out and gone from it. He can help leading from the back lines because his tank is no longer participating. DJ now going up and over, but he's going in the thick of it as well. Kono coming in as well from behind. These BCs, they don't have DPM. There's not even a real big inspire. Finally it happening. Panzer Fury now with the BZ running away. Hit and run has to go over because they have the looming threat of B1 and A3, but they have to go over into their own deaths by the looks of things. This one-dimensional, simple strategy. Mafia did not progress in the forest, did not move too deep to be able to retreat back towards those positions, and Hit and Run walk straight into it. And by God, Hit and Run is lucky that this is not a best of 9, because Mafia is going to be on 4 and Hit and Run's going to be on 1.
Hit and Run, you said, at a very one-dimensional approach for them, and Mafia just slam a dunk this possibility into Hit and Run's faces. Franek, the 140, the Inspire still alive, but 7 players remain on the team of Mafia here that absolutely showed us how to shut down a 1, 2, and 3 line push. And I think Mafia actually got very lucky that Yusek fluffed his shot from D1. Like, he wasn't spotted for it, I don't think. And he didn't do any damage, which means there is no real way for Hit to know that, well, there is a tank that is going to be crossfiring them. And then when Yusek gets revealed, they send one BZ his way. But at that point, I think Hit would have done better with just over-pushing the 2 tanks in CD34 and just taking the 140 out of the equation. That's an A3. Taking Yusek out of the equation, because all of those tanks basically won't be able to participate in the shootout. They have time to mop up like 2 or 3 tanks from Mafia, and then they can deal with whatever else is coming in to reinforce. But like this, Hit takes so much damage on the approach that it's just not recoverable anymore.
I want to say that I think no matter what, they're forced to overpush. A3 is taken back by the 140. That alone forces you to push. You either push into the 140 or you're pushing over the 3 line, because you cannot kill the 140 either. Yusek actually does 7.3k damage in this, so very good result. Yeah, sure, I agree. I mean, maybe it's good that he didn't get spotted simply because of the fact that they might not push if they see him. They might stick to it, but I don't think the real issue is them not continuing to push, but is them stopping. If they stop, they can re-push towards the middle, maybe. Double strike was being taken already, though. But now that he wasn't spotted, they were driving. But even the 140 at A3 ruins this strategy, because you're forced to push over. But when you're pushing into triple DPM tank, I mean, Yusek was DPMing at that point from the distance, with BZs, you need to kill something immediately. You do not kill something immediately, it's game over.
And as you can see here, they ended up killing absolutely nothing. Instead, Mafia staying alive with the entirety of the team. And usually scorelines like these, they indicate that, well, something went horribly wrong for the team that ends up losing the round. And indeed, complete disaster here for Hit. 4-1, the scoreline now. And you alluded to it. If this was a best of 9, this match would almost be over. You need 5 points there. If it was a best of 7, it would be over already. But of course, this one being a best of 11, there's still some distance to go for Mafia.
Indeed, but they're currently cruising through this, and for them it's vibes are up right now. You know, they're chilling. 4-1. Best of 11, 2 more rounds, you know, and then the best part about it, they're probably in the same plane as Hit and Run on the way to China, so, you know, they can
really rub it in.
Yeah, exactly, you know, like, they're coming out with the pimped out Rolexes and stuff, you know, while Hit and Run's rocking the Casios, huh?
Maybe they'll even bring the GPUs onto the trip, right?
But
I mean, Hit has those as well, but
Exactly.
they're going to be like, yeah, we just, we won OLS. We can afford the oversized luggage to take those as well and ship them back. They're not there yet, though. Hit is not beaten, and there have been a lot of matches in which Hit have been up against match points, but then they somehow amp it up and come back there. It's not even the point of match point yet, right? Mafia need one more to have that possibility. But first of all, for Hit, I think it is high time to get back into the scoring department. Quadruple BZ, double E50M, and a 140.
Mafia in return, triple BZ, triple E50M, and a 140 as well. So a minor difference, 1 BZ for 1 E50M, but that DPM tank can be all the difference you need.
Yeah, so Hit, they have a little bit more steel and beef and meat and HP that they're bringing here, but Mafia, they want to slice through that with the additional E50M. No light tanks, interestingly enough, this time around. This means no one's going to get spotted from the get-go, and both teams kind of splitting up as well, with Hit sending the E50M of Pan's Fury towards the middle of the map. He's going to be meeting YOLO, that already has taken a shot of damage. Meanwhile, on the 3 line, the double BZ75 by Hit and Drum find themselves in a brutal crossfire here. DJ already down towards 930, and the game hasn't even started yet.
The game is about to go in full swing though, as DJ is down towards the one shot already. Hit and Run now converging on towards the tanks in the middle. YOLO and that E50M getting pressured, getting deleted as well. Orchek trying to back away as he's waiting for his BZ75s of Conrad, Rexor and Yuzek to come back in. But they're now driving through the firing lines of Hit and Run. They have established their positions, but Panzer Fury and that E50M now going down as well. And that's important to note because there's only one more DPM tank for the side of Hit and Run. That E50M of Barbarian's going to have to do all the damage. He's coming in now with his own though. Monster in return is going to fall against Profuse. He just clips the back of him before he goes around that building, and now Barbarian realizing maybe there's a little bit too many tanks in front of me, starting to back away, because in return they have that Kono tank surrounded with Franak and Ketsai, but Kono is not going to give himself up for free. Orchek coming in from behind actually gets Ketsai out, and Kono just continuing the DPM. He will fall against Franak, but now Barbarian is the focus for the side of Mafia, who want it. They want it all. The match point is looming. Orchek puts him down, and with Disek and Franek left standing, this battle has erupted in chaos, but the chaos right now is all that Mafia needs to put Hit and Run against a match point, and not just any. It's looking like a 5-1. It's not over just yet, but Orchek versus a BZ, that's always going to go the way of the 50M. A body block as well to shield Yuzek, so he does one more shot of damage, but Orchek will clean up. Maybe a little longer than really necessary. Profuse winning his 1v1 as well. Respective players to put it across the finish line. Almost 5-1 for Mafia.
5-1, it was a close one, but Hit here with that 3-line push, immediately sending one of those BZ75s towards the grave. And here we were talking about that slight setup difference, right? A little bit more DPM on the Mafia lineup, a little bit more meat on the Hit lineup, but those E50Ms, they just slice through. The fact as well that Hit is immediately losing an E50M as well, or very early on in the fight. That means a lot of that DPM is just gone. And so they're unable to just keep themselves in the game for long enough, although this one was extremely close. But Mafia on the verge of greatness now. With this victory, they put themselves in prime position to be winning it all.
I mean, let's put it this way. If they let this slide out of their hands, it's gonna be a disaster. Because then you have to be on the plane the whole ride with Hit and Run to China. Remember when it was 5-1?
And remember then when it was 5-6? It is a very unlikely thing to happen. But Mafia, they are playing against a team that you can never count out. Of course, it's an unlikely thing here that needs to happen for Hit. They need the total amount of points that Mafia have accumulated so far without dropping a single one. And they need 4 points in a row to at least make it to tiebreaker. The good news for Hit, if there are any good news to be had, is at least Moravanka is not going to be played again.
Yeah, but you could say the same thing for Westfield, you know? Like, at what point do you, like, consider it a bad event? It's Pilsen, though, and you know what? I listened to most statistic class. Pilsen is also Mafia's best map. It's their most played map, I think, and their best map.
So, Mafia here with his pick and ban, I guess, setting the stage, setting themselves up for success. Now, they just need to, I guess, score this penalty that they've been given by Hit. And the goal is wide open. They have a few chances to make it happen, whereas Hit, well, for them, no mistakes allowed anymore.
I mean, these predictions are wrong across the board because everybody expected a closer affair.
Theoretically, all of us can still win.
That's very theoretic, Jan.
It's not wrong, though. It's not wrong.
I mean, no, you're not wrong either, but you're far from right.
He's out of line, but he's not wrong. Let's see, though. Maybe Mafia are going to close the back now. Maybe they are going to end the match right here. Hit and Run fighting for their survival in the AMD OLS Season 4. It is Mafia's first match point. Their chance to close it out. Quadruple BZ for a hit together with a 140 of Fosh B and an EBR.
Mafia, double BZ, Mouse, D57 Heavy, E50M, E4 and RHM Panzerwagen. Lineup for lineup, Kihan. I'm starting to dislike Hit and Run's BZs.
I am kind of starting to get on the same card as you with that one. The plane of YOLO, he sees exactly 2 BZs, no replane available, of course, and this means that Monster can go pretty aggressive on the coal piles where he is going to find exactly nothing, because Mafia are driving towards the west of Pilsen, sending the RHM to the one line. He also finds no information at all. Double BZ from Hit, driving towards the middle info tower. They exchange spots with Profuse, I do believe. Double strike being taken now by Hit, and this of course means that Mafia, they can't really use the cap as an effective means of putting pressure of Hit on Hit and Run, as Conrad misses the shot on towards Ketzai. Now Pan's Fury peeking has another possibility of putting a shot into that BZ, but so far so good for either side. No damage taken, but the strikes are 2-1.
But look at this, look at the 5-line, the Mouse rolling out Conrad, Rexar, Orchek, the strike, they want to go for the knockout punch, it's here, they want to deliver it as well, but Hit and Run moving in with the rest of their team. Rexar boosting past, Yuzek coming from behind, Profuse driving to the factory as well, Panzer Fury trying to boost forward, trying to survive, trying to make it just a little bit longer. DJ coming in as well, Barbarian is so far away from this fight, has 5 shells ready to go, but the 57, they're going to push forward in return as well. Conrad is not having a good one. Orchek says, goodbye Conrad, hold them there for me. Hodor Conrad just a little longer as he comes off of reload. Panzer Fury tries to get past, but there will be no escape for him in this one. He does survive on a one shot, but Profuse puts him in the grave. It's 5-on-6 right now in the EBR in this fight. We know it's not a good one. We know it's not a great tank whatsoever. The RHM much more effective. And Yuzek, he's often been called the wall, but right now he's a battering ram being pushed forward because they know Barbarians on reload. T-Sec abandoning ship. DJ is going to go down with it.
DJ absolutely left hanging out to dry as Yuzek shuts it down. The battering ram of that Mouse just enough to push through the last resistance of Hit that was remaining in those close quarters, though Kono might be dying in the E50M. Monster peeking, the team captain himself getting back another kill, but as the dust settles, it is 5 tanks alive for Mafia. Hit and Run struggling to hold on with 4 of their own. Franek already down towards one shot as Barbarian starts to open up on Profuse, but doesn't get the possibility. Barbarian even has to peek now with no ability active here. Finally does go for it, takes some damage, is going to heal some of it, but the cap is on, and Monster might even get reset while trying to take his anti-strike.
YOLO doesn't use it, he keeps it for later on. It's 3000 lead. It's a tank lead as well. 1600 HP. Ooh, that's a plane from YOLO. Franek is spotted out. There comes the big green circle that marks the spot. Goodbye to Franek. He's had a great season, but it will end for him in this battle at the very least. The strikes come out from Monster on towards Orchek. Barbarian forced to peek once more in the Force B. It's the dying moment from Hit and Run, and this one, he goes down. It's T-Sec and Monster. They will go to China knowing that Mafia, after OLC 4, has put up a tremendous show. The regular season, Hit and Run may have done the best season so far, but in the playoffs, it's all Mafia. They come into the grand finals. They come in swinging and rocking. Hit and Run never really invited to the dance floor, but definitely going to be invited to the emergency services as Mafia, with a 6-1 scoreline, send them crying home all the way.
Mafia absolutely crushing whatever Hit and Run had prepared here. The regular season first place of Hit are going to be battered into submission by a team of Mafia here that have an absolutely flawless show in these finals. Dropping a singular point, it doesn't even matter. They're going to cap it out, so Monster is going to live to tell the tale of how they got defeated 6-1 and how Mafia take the second European title in a row after the OLC number 4. Seems like the 4 is their lucky number.
It's a great day for Mafia. It's a great day for me. Just a great day all around. It's huge, huge, huge. Let me tell you. I knew it.
Tremendous.
Tremendous. I knew it from the beginning. They're great, great people. They're going to do huge things. And congratulations to Mafia. Absolutely fantastic. Regular season, they were very strong. But here in the playoffs, they turned it up a notch. Not going to tiebreaker at all. Not sweating it out in there. And maybe that's the secret for Mafia. Not bringing it to a tiebreaker against Hit and Run seems to them to be a winning formula. They will be taking home the lion's share of this prize pool, but not just that. Hit and Run is getting it as well. They're also getting the 9700 XDs from AMD, which of course both teams are getting, or 9070. I'm not good with numbers, forgive me, thanks to AMD. Nice to have. On top of that prize pool as well, an upgrade for them in their computers to run World of Tanks at 800 FPS now. But what a show from Mafia. I feel like every game they were just ahead of Hit and Run in the mental department, in the opening department. And even when it came down to the clutches, the few clutches there were, they ended up winning those as well. So can't ask for a better story for them.
Absolutely, and here we see the results of this last and final round here. Turns out for Mafia, if you win in regular time, then you don't need to lose in tiebreaker. Who would have thought? And here we see the victorious team of them. This time around, Orjek with top damage. Not the first time for him in these finals. And Yuzek, he didn't bounce a lot. That just shows how good the shooting was as well from the Hit team. Or rather, the focus fire as well, because they were just not going for that mouse here. And on the flip side, well, I think Mafia, they were just waiting a little bit for what Hit was doing. Then they saw this opening with a double BZ in the middle, and they also understood that, like, hey, there's a light tank on the enemy team, and it's not an RHM. That means the DPM is going to be absolutely terrible. We need to capitalize, and that was the completely correct call to make. Mafia reward themselves with a dominating victory, mirroring the performance that we saw earlier today on the American server. So both grand finals are going to be ending 6-1. Congratulations to Mafia.
Yeah, I think this is the quickest finals we've ever had, Kian, across the board, you know. You might even be in bed on time today. Which is...
I mean, yeah, maybe, and all of the players might be in bed on time as well. Not the Mafia ones, though. They are going to be celebrating probably all evening because they reward themselves with their first OLS title. They have a lot of different and other titles already, but this one is their first in OLS.
Yeah, this is probably the one that they're like happy with the most so far. And, you know, Hit and Run can go straight back to coping like Fabian, you know. At least they have a 100% win ratio in China, you know.
They're going to be hard-pressed to keep it this year, in my opinion, because if Mafia keep up this performance, then they are looking to be amongst the prime contenders going into the next tournament. And, well, that next tournament is not going to be too far off. First of all, though, another congratulations has to be given towards you, Ducky, as, well, your predictions this season have been absolutely on point. You're crowning yourself King of the Casters for this season, but don't worry, I'll be back in the next.
Look at that playoff prediction, though. Phew. Not just beating you guys, but humiliating, even.
Okay, that's congratulations. No need to rub it in.
Especially Mothman, Jesus. Did he even fill in half his predictions, or what's happening here?
Well, and the thing is, you know, there was one more person predicting, but he didn't make it.
Yeah, well, if you don't make it to at least 40 points, you don't get a mention, right?
Oh, well. But yeah, congratulations to you as well. Maybe I'll have to bring the Onslaught market
yeah.
China. Well, first of all, talking about China, by the way, here is the roadmap for the coming months for you guys. And of course, the OLS, sponsored by AMD, the fourth one, has just concluded with Mafia taking it all. Next week, there is going to be relegations in between a Yogurt and a Lotus. The winner of that match is going to be making it in towards the 5th season. And after that, we have the OLS Season 5 together with the Winter Invitational Qualifier that is going to be happening in December. But before that, of course, the thing we've all been waiting on as well is going to take place in Suzhou, China. For those that don't know it, that is actually a very small village with just over 10 million people, close to Shanghai. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's just the entire population of my country in a city, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Normal.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. I'm so much looking forward to that. The fact as well that it's going to be 2 weekends in a row, not just one, is going to make it an unforgettable experience, I hope. And talking about unforgettable things, today's Twitch drops very much that as well. And if you haven't claimed them already, just like every other OLS stream, we are going to be rating the best World of Tanks caster in the world. We're going to be rating Dakilzor after the stream ends, and he's going to have those as well, so feel free to keep claiming there.
What a great run of events, Keyhand, it has been, right? You know, not much left to say, I think, from Keyhand. He's done a lot of yapping now. Now the real question begins for these teams. There's a huge storyline going into China. W, battered and bruised, didn't make it to the playoffs. What can we expect from them in China? Hit and Run looking for their back-to-back championship, Keyhand. And on top of that, Mafia looking to extend this stint into the offline event in China, which is a whole different ballgame altogether. And for the first time ever, Keyhand, I'm going to leave the last words to you.
Well, thank you very much. It has been, once again, an absolute pleasure casting with you. Thank you as well towards all of the people that are behind the camera right now. And last but not least, to Moff and External, to Got You Baby as well, who is going to be going on a whole new journey of his own in the Middle Kingdom in China as well. To the production, to the observers, to the gameplay directors, everyone that was involved here. And last but not least, of course, as well to you, dear viewers, because it is our pleasure and also our honor to be presenting you all of this, this grand show in the Onslaught mode that I think once again proves that it can be super exciting, not only to play, but to watch. And with this, thank you very much for watching. We are wishing you a wonderful morning, day, evening, or night, and we are going to be seeing you all from China. See you soon.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.